truly the abode of clouds and the heart of India's adventure tourism story. Today's event brings together visionaries, policymakers, and industry leaders to shape the future of adventure travel, one that blends sustainability, innovation, and community participation. Adventure tourism today is more than just a thrilling pursuit, it's an agent of change. It fosters livelihoods, protects the environment, and bridges cultures. Through today's sessions, we'll explore how India can position itself as a global adventure tourism hub while keeping sustainability at its core. So without further ado, let's start the Adventure Tourism Meet 2025. We will start with a lamp lighting ceremony, always an auspicious way to begin proceedings. So I would request Mr. Roshan Povaiya, editor, financialexpress.com, Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President and Revenue Head, Indian Express Online Media, Mr. E.B. Blah, President, Northeast India Tourism Federation and TWAM and IATO, I apologize. And I would also request some of our senior delegates to join in the lamp lighting. Mr. Toby Sinclair, Mr. Raj Singh, Sir, and Mr. Raj Basu.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
Thank you, everyone. Just request everyone to be seated now. I will now hand over the baton to Mr. Roshan Povaiya, who will be anchoring the meet. And to begin with, he will deliver the welcome note.
Thank you, Amit. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Meghalaya. Good to see such bright young faces in the crowd early in the morning. And yes, when I say early in the morning, I mean, this is probably the first time I'm coming here and experiencing sunrise at 5:20 in the morning. I mean, I thought I'd woken up late, but it was just 5:20 in the morning. So this is a beautiful state, and on behalf of Indian Express Online Media, I am happy to be hosting this event in association with Meghalaya Tourism, and I'd like to welcome you all to this event. Just to give you a quick update about what the event is about and why we are doing this. I want to keep this entire day very interactive, so I would encourage all of you in the audience to, when we have the various sessions, to ask our panelists questions, because I can assure you our panelists are full of unique ideas and they're all running very unique ventures. You will get to see them through the day. And of course, we'll also get to see and experience some of the culture that you have here in Meghalaya. Now, the adventure tourism market in India has been growing substantially, and this growth has come in the last few years, just after COVID, when Indians discovered that India has a lot to offer. Think about it. As a country, we have almost everything that global adventure seekers would want. It's just that we need to come together and organize it in a better way so that there's easier access for people. They can come here and take part in adventure activities, whether it's ski slopes in the mountains, whether it's desert safaris, whether it's river cruises on the ocean, underwater sport, jungle treks, paragliding, parasailing, you name it. We have the landscape and the opportunity in India. Every state in India, and I mean every state, has something unique to offer. Meghalaya, known as the abode in the clouds, has so much to offer in terms of trekking and hiking. When you think about Meghalaya, that's the first thing that comes to mind. The Living Root Bridge, Nongriat, has become a part and parcel of folklore. Yes, it's also been in the news for all the wrong reasons as well, if you had followed that one case that there was recently. But that said, Meghalaya has some beautiful lakes, beautiful caves to explore, and so much to offer for the adventure tourist. I mean, I've seen those stunning pictures of Doki, where it looks like the boats are kind of floating in air, not on water, because the water is so crystal clear. There are challenges also when it comes to increasing tourism, especially adventure tourism. Do we have the infrastructure for it? Are we ready? In India, we tend to do things, we jump first and then think about the consequences later, right? Do we have adequate waste disposal systems, especially in the remote areas? As you know, plastic is a big problem worldwide. Are we promoting responsible tourism when it comes to trekking, hiking? Are the trails clean? Do people clean up after they go? Is the tourist educated enough to able to handle this kind of clean tourism? Do we have adequate policies and licensing and safeguards when it comes to adventure tourism equipment? Say, when you go parasailing, are the harnesses and all that secure? Would you trust the operator? Are they certified? So some of these things we need to pay attention to, and I think that's what we'll be bringing out in today's sessions. We have some stalwarts here from the adventure tourism industry who've all been working on this for several years, and I'm sure it's going to be a very, very interesting day. And I'd encourage you all to participate, ask questions, and let's make this a very interactive event. On behalf of the Indian Express Media Online, I'd like to welcome you all to this Adventure Tourism Meet, third edition, in association with Meghalaya Tourism. Thank you. And now to get a taste of what Meghalaya has to offer, We're going to start with a small little cultural session so that it'll bring some life to this event. So let's put our hands together for a cultural performance by the Meghalaya tourism folk artists, Meghalaya-based folk artists.
Check. Check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
We forge our future on the foundation of our roots, our old wisdom. In the forested slopes of southern Meghalaya, the people are keeping alive a unique and centuries-old engineering tradition
जो देश है
absolute bliss. Okay, now to take the meet forward, we'd like to start with our first panel discussion of the day. And for that, I'd like to invite on stage my panelists. This discussion is on the theme, Beyond Borders, Positioning India as a Global Adventure Tourism Hub. And to discuss this, I'd like to first invite on stage Mr. Toby Sinclair, the director and Beyond, and he's also worked on tiger conservation and had done a lot of wildlife films, and just Google him, you'll find a lot about him. I'd also like to call upon Akanksha Garg, who is the chairperson, the ATOI Women's Collective and founder and director of Waxpol Hotels and Resorts. Mr. Altaf, who is the co-founder and managing director, AB Chapri Retreats and director, Discovery Journeys India. He runs some very unique hotel concepts, which he will tell you about. Mr. Gyandeep Borgain, founder and program director, Kite Manja. If you're going adventure camping, he's probably present in almost all sites to set up campsites for you. And I'll be moderating the session with my fellow panelists. A big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Check. Hello.
Thank you.
Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
Just to add, this meet is being broadcast on Indian Express and Financial Express YouTube channels. So besides the people in the room, there are people all over India and in several parts of the world also who are witness to the proceedings here. So, okay. So now to begin with, right in the beginning we were talking about, positioning India as a global adventure tourism hub, and when we were conversing earlier, we were just talking about how India offers everything in a complete package, right? You've got mountains, you've got oceans, you've got desert, you've got jungles, everything. Whereas if you look at several other countries, they're not so lucky. They have very focused, they only have very focused things that they can offer. If it's the Gulf, you have deserts and things like that. Or maybe if you go to Europe, you'll have skiing in certain places and water sports in certain other places and that. But in India, we have everything. How do we market this on a better level? Toby, if I could start with you.
I should put my own background in context. I'm more of an operations person than a marketing person. There's no doubt, it's not new in India. I mean, some of you know this, I've been incredibly privileged. I've lived here for 50 years. But Raj Singh here in the audience, one of our colleagues, was running camel safaris in Rajasthan 48 years ago. I was running whitewater rafting trips on the Ganga in the late 70s. We were doing long 22-day treks in the Himalaya. So it's not a new concept, but we've always tried to be low impact. and whenever possible, higher returns for the communities. I think the danger comes when everyone tries to do everything and move away from little areas of specialization. And if we take India as a whole, as Roshan said, this country has everything to offer. We can, there's no point in having this whole Adobe list of all those things that we can do. We know those. We need to be seen, if we're marketing it overseas, we need to be seen to be practicing responsibly. We need to be, and these are ticks on boxes that need to be ticked that hopefully we already do, but there are still gaps in other people's operations, some people's operations. Whether it's sourcing of material, whether it's employment locally, whether it's getting rid of waste, we need to handle that. When you come to a country of 1.45 billion people, and much of the demand is local, it's domestic, whether it's Bengalis and Gujaratis traveling to the northeast, or whether it's people from Assam traveling to Rajasthan, or people from Meghalaya going down to Kerala, which I hope you will do. Most of them, we are both the problem and the solution in operations. How do we market it? We need to market it to be seen that we are responsible, that there are controls, that there have to be limits. You cannot just have 50,000 people a day going to the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal will fall down ultimately if we do that. We need to control numbers, and it's a very, very politically very sensitive. It's administratively very difficult. But I believe culturally important that we do that. When we are seen to do that, I think we'll have a better product to market.
Thanks, Toby. Yeah, and very important that we do it responsibly. And yes, controlling numbers is definitely a challenge. Akanksha, how do you think, I mean, since you also run something that's very eco-sensitive, how do you manage the numbers? Because India, domestically itself, we have a huge number of domestic tourists who are now seeking to go out and spend. And this is a change that happened after COVID. So from 2020 onwards, we're seeing a huge increase in tourism. So how do we manage the numbers?
That's a very good question. And I would like to build on what Toby has just mentioned. You know, India has a very big depth of the natural heritage. You have the Himalayas, you have the mangroves like you mentioned, you have the beaches, and you have this beautiful area where we've just driven from Guwahati to Shillong. And I think one of the things that wowed me was the greenery. The whole fact that there's such less people living in this area, and even if the tourism is growing, it's still green. So when I look at my property, we have resorts in the Sundarbans, which is a very, very fragile location, Duas, which is in North Bengal, Pench and Kana. What we have done as a brand is we've limited numbers. We've got large expanses of land, say anything ranging from 10 acres to 35, 40 acres. But we've capped the number of rooms at 21. And that's what makes the whole difference here. Because that way we are helping the locality or the region where we are in, ensuring that the destination carrying capacity is being maintained. We don't have too many people coming in. So when you are coming and staying with us, for example, you are seeing the birds, you are seeing the greens, you are interacting with the local community. And that's what I feel is really, really important, that when we showcase it to our guests, both domestic and international, that we are willing to work with them. We are willing to ensure that we retain their culture. It was beautiful to see these young girls singing right now. And that is the culture of Meghalaya. We don't want to lose it on this whole journey of modernization. Because today, what makes India unique is its culture. People from out of India or within India want to come to your location only specifically for culture, the greens, the nature. Today, if you allow large hotels, 200 rooms, 300 rooms to crop up, what will happen? There are thoughts. Your roads are narrow. You will have traffic jams. It will create something which is known as, I can see a lot of hotels, schools, students here. I don't know if you've studied doxyziridex. So doxyziridex comes into play here. And that in turn makes it a negative marketing. So when you talk about people from abroad who want to come here, they want to come and see the nature, they want to come and see the culture, they want to come and meet you as you are living here, not as you will be when you go abroad. So be who you are and focus on these key aspects. Another point which I would like to mention is, I think why it works for us compared to other properties, there are other properties who are also smaller in number, is because we first don't produce as much waste. So the point of reduction and reusing gets reduced, number one. Number two, we ensure that we are not only selling wildlife, we ensure it's a completely experiential and immersive travel. We take you to the local villages, we make you meet the local people, but it's not the same village that we go to on a daily basis. So similarly, what people can do here may be that you can look at different villages, different localities, which can get development by, of course, moving the tourists around. And that way, also reducing crowding to a very large extent. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Also, just touching upon technology, everyone here probably has a smartphone. If you could also tweet out what's happening from this meet, the hashtag is #ATM Shillong on X, formerly Twitter. So that's also there beyond the YouTube coverage. Now, coming to Altaf, one of the things that we have an issue with increasing tourism in different destinations in India is, like even Akanksha talked about it, is how do we manage waste recycling or sustainable tourism? And since you have properties across India, from Kashmir to Kerala, how have you implemented this?
Hello, everyone. I think the question you posed to Toby was marketing. I think marketing is based on the product, so we have to really all together work for the product. Unless we work on the product, marketing is really not successful. So we have to really have education from the grassroots level, from class 1, educate our people, our children, so that in next 20 years we have people who have respect for nature, which Northeast is really into nature. They have a pride in nature. They work with nature. So everything is nature here. For the question of sustainability I have several products in India, Kashmir and Nileshwar in Kerala. The other thing is really, all that is really good, sustainability, water conservation and solar panels and all those things. I think most of the people are doing that. But one of the biggest challenges we face is really stability, political unrest, which is really, going right from Kashmir, where I belong to, and I really face it every day. And I guess that most of these people from Northeast face that too. Unless we have the political will, political stability, and also unless we address all the issues which are really unsettled, nothing will work. We can do all our work from our own personal, resources, but without the political will, I guess nothing will work. Sustainability, all those things are really given. We all do it not for really promotion, because we love Mother Earth and we are integrated with it, and we want to leave something better for our future generation. So that's how I see adventure tourism really. Thank you.
Thanks, Altaf. Nyandeep, coming to you, another crucial aspect, especially when we talk about adventure tourism, is safety, and I touched upon that in my welcome note as well. Do we have adequate safety checks and balances here? Is there enough is there like proper certification for adventure tourism equipment, and even standardization when it comes to, since you handle campsites and all that, when it comes to equipment?
Hello everyone. Very important question when we are dealing with adventure tourism. So safety measures, Part and partially, to some extent, it is certified, but we are lacking behind when we go deep into the nature or we go to the hardcore. There is a scope where we have to get involved with the development and inclusions of internationally standard equipments. And to the soft adventure activities that we have been practicing over here when we are doing camping in the events, festivals, or any treks. So yes, the first aid and the basic first aid medicines that we used to carry, but to the extensions, exteriors, and core adventure, we are lacking it. So.
Right. Thanks, Yandeep. And yeah, I just got information that we're already trending on Twitter. So if you guys are using your smartphones, good job. So hashtag ATM Shillong is trending. So let's keep it going. Right. So coming back to you, Toby. We were talking about this whole safety thing that Yandeep also touched upon. Still, there is an element of trust that is missing when it comes to adventure activities in India. I mean, is it because we have a huge inflow of tourists, or is it the greed factor of making more profits that we take shortcuts? What can be done? Should there be like a standard, that is maintained? Because I've been to some adventure tourism activities in Europe, and there, for some reason, you just automatically trust the operator, whether it's parasailing, paragliding, whatever. Whereas in India, you're a little, you read about little mishaps and all that, and you don't trust the person after that, right? So what can be done on that front?
Different answers to your various questions. Your trust when you go abroad is, maybe it's blind faith, that you feel that others do get it right, but we don't always do it correctly ourselves. There are trade organizations, or like Adventure Tourism Association in India, which a few of us belong to. I actually don't any longer. I did at one point. The company I work with, and I'll use a little personal experience to begin with, and I'm sure people like Raj and others do likewise, is all our guides that we send to international parks with foreign tourists, or any tourists to be honest, although most of our business is inbound, have all completed a wilderness first aid course, and they have to renew it every 2 years. It's only valid for 2 years, and the course is to take place in India, across India, but the trouble is they're not cheap. I mean, if you're going to do a 4-day residential course, you're spending 20,000 rupees. It's very difficult for someone who, at the beginning of their career, to get that certification. There is a plan that amongst some inbound DMCs, they're called inbound tour operators, to get lodges to commit that they always have one person on their staff at any one time who has first aid and CPR first certification. And it's when we start getting that in place in larger numbers across the board that I think we will have a stronger product and be able to market it more honestly. At the moment, a lot of the marketing there's a funny concept of eco-lodges, which I find very odd, because I think the word eco, and my hobby horse, has become economic and not ecologically responsible. And I've actually felt that for about 20 years now. But they sort of say, oh, we get rid of our waste, we don't have plastic. But actually, what are you doing for your guests? Are you in a position to pick them off the floor and take them to the nearest hospital? Are you a licensed river running guide? Have you been completed a mountaineering course from Uttarkashi or from Darjeeling? before you take a trek into the Himalaya, or anywhere else in the country for that matter. So there are standards, but I think we fail to meet those standards quite often. And the industry, and I include myself and the companies that I've worked with over the years, we sort of push it to one side. It's of secondary importance, but I don't think it is. I think it is of prime importance. And when we have that, we can market more honestly.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi. As you can all see, I wear two hats. I'm also the chairperson of ATUI Women's Collective. And safety certification is one of the main questions when we talk about promoting India and adventure activities. Now, for the clarity of everybody, adventure activities is of two types. You have the hard adventure activities, which is like mountain climbing, trekking in high altitude areas, rafting, and so on. And then you have the soft adventure activities, which can be like, going for a small, easy trek, beginner level trek, or if you're going for a jungle safari, or just like a hike, and cycling, henceforth. So what we actually figured this out, that this is a big issue, and for the last 5 years, ATUI, along with the government and along with organizations, has been subsidizing this cost of training. And we actually have a 4 to 5 day course where we subsidize it for the members of ATUI. Even non-members can come and participate in it. When it's happening, you can get in touch with your regional chapter. And this helps you in learning CPR, what to do when you are stuck in the wilderness. I think, and what is most important to know is what not to do when you are in the wilderness. Because I've seen one basic habit of all people: if somebody is fainting or getting an epileptic attack, please give that person water. That's the wrong thing to do. You do not touch the person. We try to go and calm the person. You cannot do anything. So there are things which you're not supposed to do. You can't give medicine just like that. So even these small, small things are a part of this course. And along with this, how do you handle your client, and how do you become a responsible guide or an individual who's part of a community who's leading these tours? So this whole thing is actually being taught right now. And we are looking forward to doing this in Meghalaya as well, along with the Meghalaya government. So.
Right. Yeah, Alta. You want to add to that?
Yes, I mean, everything is really down to training. We will have to have education centers to train our people as best guides. The drivers, of course. Well, coming to Shillong yesterday was an adventure anyway. Our car had no seat belts in the rear. And when we asked them that, why don't you have a seat belt? He said that we can't put 3 passengers then in the car. So we as tour operators, and many of the tour operators are doing their bit. But it is really coming down to government that the checks, balances have to be checked. And also people will have to be educated in international schools abroad, not really within India, because the adventure standards abroad are much higher. It's in their genes, it's in their blood. So we will have to really send people, selective people, to all those countries like New Zealand, like Switzerland, to train them for the better future. And just to add another thing, that coming to Shillong, beautiful. I'm living in a concrete hotel, which is nice facilities, but I think we should really have definitely, stone, local architecture in place. We are really losing that fast. And I think all the adventure activities in India, they are sort of in rat race. We will have to build mindfully. And that is the future of adventure. We don't have to go in rat race. There should be a cap. And we have to have cap on numbers. We shouldn't have really the numbers which are coming now domestically, who don't have really education how to really deal in the hills. For example, they will throw all the papers, trash from their buses, from their cars. And the government again has to come in, and they have to really ban plastic in the hills, because you don't have the facilities to deal with it. That's all really. Thank you.
That's right. Yeah.
I also want to add one point. I just remember once we started a campsite, a permanent campsite in Kaziranga. It was with camping, of course, the safaris, river cruise with ferry, and paramotoring. By that time, it was going seriously very well, more than expected. But later on, we found out, like in India, there's no authority to give a certification to paramotor pilots. We sent our team members from Northeast to get trained in Delhi. They are capable of flying like 30 to 40 flies a day, but there's no certifications. And later on, they got a solution, like they went to Thailand to get the license, international license, but we are still clueless whether it is accepted in India or not. And also, like in the core of Arunachal Pradesh, if there is any, in the like multi-days treks, like the Brokpa Bailey's trek, so it's 7-8 days trek, if something might happen with any guest, then no scope for helicopter, we can't call, so we should, our government should also start these policies to make India as a branded internationally adventure destinations. We should propose, and government should also look into it seriously. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Toby.
To add to that about treks in the mountains, there is there's a blanket ban because the government is sort of scared of too much external communication on satellite phones, for example. The Adventure Tourism Association has lobbied quite hard with the government that licensed operators, so that's the first hurdle that I want us to go through, who meet whatever criteria is required by the Ministry of Communications, the Ministry of Defense, IB, and another 36 organizations that get involved in this, can carry on a trek a satellite phone for emergency calls, or the quick responder GPS system, which is also banned. You cannot bring it into the country, and if you do, it is taken off you, and it's a jailable offense to bring one in. But you can. There is a provision for getting licenses, but it's incredibly complicated. So we need to somehow solve that. It's on the one hand, it's a security issue, it's a defense issue, it's a political issue, and you come up against that wall, it's very, very difficult. But on the other hand, it's a human safety issue, and if you're trying to market India as a safe destination, you need to have that infrastructure. It's not implausible, but it is difficult.
That's right. No, it's very, very important. And, also sticking with the certification part of it, that is something that needs to be standardized in India. And communication, like you mentioned, satellite phones are banned in India. And, operators are asking for this kind of facility. And it'll definitely position India as, especially when inbound foreign tourists come in, they are looking for these kind of standardized activities and they want to know that they are safe. But I've also seen that in this rush to gather in more tourists, more revenue in different places, they try to, for example, tiger safaris, they say like guaranteed tiger sighting. Now, it's like there's a deal between the guide and the tiger, like, the tigers will be here, we'll bring our jeep, we will see you there, and we will go. That's how it is. But because of that, there's so much of over-tourism happening. And I've been to a few tiger sanctuaries, and I do not want to go back, frankly. It's okay, I've seen the tiger, let the tiger be. I do not want to see it again. Because of the kind of rush that there is to see these tigers. I had been to one of the sanctuaries, I saw 2 tigers there, and there were about 40 vehicles all around with constant noise, chatter, people trying to get a better angle, photographs. 40 minutes we were there, 40 vehicles all around, canters, gypsies, and you name it, and everyone, creating havoc. This is the natural habitat for the tiger. How do we, tackle this kind of a problem? Guaranteed sighting, because, guides want to get that thing, and how do we tackle this kind of problem? I can't.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to see a guaranteed tiger sighting, please go to the zoo. Yeah. It's just like, you are going to the forest, a very simple example, what I have faced with tourists for the last 22 years. When can we see the tiger? What time will the tiger come out? And what time, how long will he stay? Okay, which day will we be able to see him? First day of a safari or second day of a safari? It cannot be. He's an animal. He lives in his environment. It's a matter of chance and luck. See, that's why I think something very important that was mentioned early on in this discussion was everybody should do what they do. They should not wander off to other fields. If you're a guide, you should become an expert guide, train expert guides. If you're a hotelier, do run your hotels. If you're a transport person, run your transport company. The minute you start going into each other's business because it looks really, really lucrative, you stop paying basic attention to these small things. So that's what I've actually noticed. You know, most of the operators who are going and promising, people come and tell us, oh, our tour operator promised us a tiger sighting. We cannot promise you. Simple thing like that. And most importantly, tigers are in the wild. You are missing on a lot of the natural heritage like birds, insects, trees, which are rare and special to that particular region when you're hunting for the tiger. For once, I saw a kill in the Sundarbans. It was not a tiger kill, but it was a crab kill. A crocodile was eating a crab, and it was the first and the last time in my life I've seen that. So every single incident is very, very special. And I think that's what's important to really, really do. Toby?
There's a short anecdote, which is totally true. About 10 years ago, a foreign travel agent in their brochure guaranteed tiger sightings in Ranthambore and offered a $500, it was Australian dollar because it was an Australian company, money back or refund if they didn't see a tiger there. Now, a copy of that document was shown to the field director of that park, and he banned, he only managed to do it for 12 months, any tours, any foreign tourists coming from that company or through their Indian DMC who handled many companies, because they were complicit in that action. They were banned. This was a few years ago. So a company that was sending maybe 200 to 300 people a year to Ranthambore had the gates closed on them. They went to court and they lost.
Right.
So if you have a good officer in place, there are ways of dealing with this, but it should never have happened in the first place. Responsible tour operator overseas, a responsible tour operator in this country should never ever guarantee anything to do with wildlife. It is opportunistic.
Also, I think it leads to negative marketing, Toby. Because what happens is you have guaranteed, you've not seen, the company has said it's guaranteed, and that's actually what will go to social media reviews. I think all of us here are very active on social media, be it Twitter. I don't know if you have access to TikTok in this region. No, not really.
Instagram.
So, you know, it leads to negative marketing, and incidents like this, one incident like this, is all you need for our Indian media to catch on to it and then splash it all over the world. And then they catch on, and it's one small incident which becomes a really big incident and becomes like a negative marketing. So it's very important to be honest to your client, to your profession, and to your guest. Give them the facts, let them know, sensitize them beforehand so that their expectations are set. If you tell them, look, a tiger sighting or any particular animal sighting is a matter of chance and luck, they're okay with it. And if they see it, they're more excited. They won't be like, oh, and now I've seen a tiger, now I need to go back. It's done. It's not about that. It's a story.
Antap, your opinion on this?
Well, I think tigers are now treated like dogs, as I hear from my panelists. Well, more than the tigers and all that, I mean, we know that, but I think what is really important for all of us, it's increasingly difficult to promote Northeast in Western market because we don't have a political stability in this state. And really all our efforts, all our money, all our time goes waste when we travel abroad and, you know, place this on the global map. Unless we have the political stability, we have the political will, and unless we really address the core issues, I don't think anything will work. That's really all I can say, because that's what I feel, and when I travel abroad, these are the questions what I get from the tour operators, what we promote this beautiful state, and it has a massive potential. in Indian map. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, political stability definitely is important, and we've seen that happen in certain other regions in India as well. The moment there are some protests or whatever, immediately tourism drops. It's one of the first sectors to take a hit. There's also the other side, coming back to the safety.
Sorry to add. I speak too much about political stability because I come from Kashmir. So I know how it really hurts when you are promoting your destination and you are investing and the results are not really given then. And in the recent times, another Himalayan state like Ladakh, we have some people here from Ladakh. I mean, the tourism was going so well, but we have again problem there. So most of our really adventure destinations have problem politically. It's not really just building hotels and roads and all. That's all given. That will happen. That has to happen. But unless we have these issues addressed, nothing will work.
Yeah, so that remains one of the challenges to tourism and to any industry. I mean, not just the tourism industry. I think political stability is one of the main stays over there. Coming back to the positioning India as a global adventure tourism hub. Now, every region, like for example in Shillong and Meghalaya, besides the places that you have to visit, the caves, the streams and treks, part of the whole experience is also the food. Now, the food culture is changing across India, unfortunately, and I think that's something that needs focus on. In reverse order, I'd start with Jandeep and then come this way.
By the way, we had a really very nice lunch yesterday, and on the menu there was chocolate dosa and also spring roll dosa, which I have heard first time in my life. Because and the cheese dosa which Toby had, and since yesterday I don't think he's eating anything else.
Yes, yeah, food can be an adventure as well, the culinary experience. Because whomever we have hosted here, first point after landing in Northeast, the curiosity, what we are gonna have as in dinner or breakfast, and when we convey the misconceptions are there, there were misconceptions, but the gap is now becoming narrow. And like for any state of northeastern region, we have different culinary, we have different, base is rice, but we have different vegetations. And also, for example, like in Arunachal Pradesh only, it has measured 26 tribes and they have different celebrations. All celebrations based on agriculture. So every tribe's culinary preparation, food preparation is totally different from each other. Though there are certain similarities, but there are certain differences as well. So nowadays the food bloggers are coming. Even here in Meghalaya also, like the local food Jado, whomever is to come now, it's become very popular among, and likewise in Nagaland. So the real adventure also up there during the Hornbill Festival. What we have noticed, though there are vegetarian, non-vegetarian, the food is for all available, but the curiosity, even they go to the local market, one day is well spent. That way they get to know more about the culture and along with the festivity. And yes, thank you.
But one thing I've noticed with an increase in tourism in any region, and including in Shillong and in many other places I've been to, and places where I've gone repeatedly, I've noticed that over the years, initially you would find a lot of local cuisine many years ago. 10, 15, 20 years ago, you would find more of local cuisine available. But now when you go to those places, you find very standardized food. There's continental fare, there's South Indian fare, there's standard North Indian fare, and there's Chinese on every menu. And you'll have maybe about 3 or 4 local dishes listed, right? And it becomes a challenge, actually, and as part of the food adventure I'm talking about here, that when you go to any of these places, where do you find authentic local cuisine? How do we fix that? Because it is actually a challenge. There are few and far between there are places, but otherwise, out of every 4 restaurants, only 1 serves authentic local cuisine, the other 3 are mixed because they want to cater to a mass audience. Right. How do we fix that?
So I've also been searching for a local authentic cuisine restaurant here since I've come here. I've been trying to try the Khasi food or the Raga food, but there's been two challenges. One, I understand the fact that when people want to get tourists, you look at what the requirements are, and accordingly, you develop menus to attract them. That I did notice a lot of Bengali tourists, a lot of South Indian tourists, which was quite astonishing. And we from Delhi and other parts, from Ladakh and Assam, we are all hunting for the local food, which we were not able to find. And if we did find, it was shutting early. So I think what's really important is you have families traveling together now. You see multi-generation travel, which has changed from FIT travel. FIT travel being like friends traveling together or two people traveling together. Today, grandparents, parents, and young children are traveling. And if you go to a local authentic cuisine or a restaurant, you don't get a pizza or a rice or a pasta that the young child is used to eating. A grandparent might have that, might have teeth, might not have teeth. They might want soft food. So they're looking for something like a multi-cuisine kind of option. But the parents, they are all excited to try the local cuisine. So maybe a concept where we can have a themed restaurant with all kind of cuisines available. Instead of like Altaf just mentioned, we had 45 type of dosas in that particular restaurant, from chocolate spring roll, vada dosa, idli inside the dosa. I've never heard of all this. They could have just kept simple dosas, added some of the local food there in the menu. So I think it would have just been perfect. And what we do in a resort is we actually keep a small portion of the local cuisine on a daily basis, so that people who are coming from outside, they can try. And in case they're really excited, they want to have a full meal, we have a thali system in place where we serve everything in a portion-wise. So you can take a full thali. And I think that was really amazing. I saw this place called Trattoria yesterday. It had a veg thali, it had a chicken thali, it had a mutton thali, it had a pork thali. Brilliant. That's the way to go for it.
Right. Just to mention, anyone has a question, just put your hand up. We'll get a mic to you, and you can ask our panelists any questions. Let's keep this interactive. So anybody has any questions? Show of hands. Okay, think about it while we continue the discussion, and I'll come back to you in 5 minutes on that. Yes.
So don't be shy, guys. If you have any questions, please ask us. Because the whole idea that we are here is to talk about an adventure, and you have all the experts from the field sitting here today. You won't get this opportunity again and again. You have a question, please shoot it at us. We want Shillong to develop as a very sustainable adventure destination. This is the base to go to all the caves, the waterfalls, So please do ask us anything you need.
Yeah.
As citizens of Shillong, of Meghalaya, you are the host community. So you mustn't allow yourself to be swamped by influxes of other cultures and other sort of peoples and needs and demands. But you need to be able to cater for them in a responsible way, without sort of closing the door, saying, no, we don't want anyone here visiting, but we would like a few people to come visiting. We want to be able to generate employment. We don't need to, we have enough people in our state who are well educated, who can communicate. We don't need to bring people in, I'm just making this up, from Rajasthan or from Andhra Pradesh to run our properties or our projects. Be proud, as I think you all are, because that's one of the things. I've been lucky enough to have visited and worked in Meghalaya on a few occasions making films 10, 15, 25 years ago. And I've seen changes, and I've seen changes for the better in this term, in many ways, but I've also seen a city swamped now with vehicles and little shops and sort of brands. I'm going to use the word brands from the plains, whether it's coffee shops or Haldirams or other brands which are now on the streets. Because you think, and maybe it is demanded by local domestic travelers, that this is what they need. But I think you need to be proud of what you have and promote that. Doesn't mean ban anyone from outside, but just control it.
Interesting point you make. One of the things that the government could probably also do is incentivize locals to promote adventure tourism and the local culture. What do you think the government could do in terms of like maybe tax breaks or anything that can be offered?
So this is something which is already being done by the Madhya Pradesh government, and I think it's a fantastic initiative. So they are promoting homestays. They've taken out a homestay policy where the government people go, they certify, they have done the listing on the social media, and through the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board and the Madhya Pradesh State Corporation Department, they are actually helping the international guests and domestic guests book these places. And they've gone to so much detail as to, they've gone to the houses, they've seen how the houses are built, they've ensured the safety standards are there, the basics are there, but at the same time, they've told the clients this is the kind of meal you're going to be expecting. That communication is really, really vital. And I think Meghalaya has that potential. Instead of us going and living in a block, we would love to come and stay in a homestay, maybe wear a khasi dress, which I just saw earlier. It was very pretty, but I remember it being much longer. And then eating the local food, and then going with them for a hike or a tour around the space. How this will help the destination is, it will help in decentralizing the crowding. Today, everybody is coming and staying in the city center. Yes, it's got its advantage of going to the police bazaar and all, but honestly, I did not see that many authentic shops anymore. So I would rather prefer staying a bit outside where I can walk around. Like in the morning, he had gone for a run around the lake. Yeah, and he was looking for chai. He didn't get chai early morning. But things like that, just getting out, exploring Shillong by walking. Launch walking tours over here. Don't only sell the same thing that you can go to this cave, this height, this place, this border. No. Talk about what else can you do. Small hikes, treks, do a food tour, do a food trail, do a cultural trail, spend a day with a khasi, something like that, which will actually generate more interest for people who are willing to pay more money and come down in smaller numbers. And it will give an impact to everybody.
Yeah, and one more thing is, since all of you are on social media, Instagram and YouTube Shorts, right? I think that can be exploited to a huge extent, tapping into some of these things like, exploring local cuisine here, a trek there. So that's something, how do we build on this?
I actually wanted to go back to your previous question, is what can governments do? As I see Petis of plastic water bottles, cling wrapped in plastic, being brought into the hall. No comment. Just an observation. One of the things that governments can do, and where tourism departments can help in state, this is not Meghalaya specific, this is all 28 states and X number of union territories this applies to. One small thing, one small example, licensing for alcohol. Now, a small company comes along, builds a comfortable wildlife lodge on the edge of a national park. It has 12, 15 rooms. To get a liquor license in most states, they have to have an air-conditioned bar. And you have to have a minimum of 25 keys. But the whole point, this is a project which is low impact, but bringing in high revenue. But it's penalized because the rules haven't been changed for X number of years. And a really absurd example of old rules was that a friend of mine started a lodge in Uttar Pradesh so this is about 25 years ago, before Uttarakhand was set up, because it was at Corbett. And he applied for a liquor license, which he was entitled to, and was told that he could only sell French wine because the Uttar Pradesh state liquor rules hadn't been changed since 1936, and there was no provision to sell Indian wine in UP. That's true. I mean, it's a true story. I've been around long enough to know these things. I mean, we need imagination. We need imagination at government levels. Government can help. Raj struggles on a weekly, if not hourly basis on the small little details of his cruises and many of the projects that he's managed to do in this country over 50 years. And he gets there through perseverance. He gets there through because he doesn't give up, and that's the other thing. Don't give up. Lobby and change the system. If it has to be changed, don't be afraid to fight for it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Talking of sustainable tourism, and you can see it here, it's wonderful. A lot of plastic bottles. The hotel I stay in, there are about 6 bottles kept for me to drink, all plastic. And all the pots here in front of you are all plastic. So, great sustainable tourism. This is where it all starts, really. I mean, this is where it starts. This is where it should start. We should all refuse. All of you who are in this hall should have refused it, even if the organizers have made a mistake, but all the students here should have refused it. This is where it will start. Thank you.
I have a question from someone in the audience. Does anyone know where the closest plastic bottle recycling plant is from where we're sitting today? I don't have the answer.
It's just behind Taj.
No, that's a dump. Where's the recycling plant? Where are these bottles going to get recycled? I don't know. Does anyone have a clue?
Please raise your hands. I'm sure everybody is consuming these water bottles. You must have thought about it, where these plastic bottles go.
Right. But what can be done is that you can also recycle them. So just ensure that they're disposed in a responsible manner. So just find instead of the closest recycling plant, at least the closest bin, and you can put them there. Right. We're almost out of time right now. If there's any question from the audience, we'd like to take that. Otherwise, I'd like to conclude with this panel with some quick closing remarks from each on how we can make India better positioned as a global adventure tourism hub. Just quick bullet points from each in 1 minute each. Toby?
As individuals, don't be afraid to pursue your ideas and lobby government, lobby corporations. If you're in a tourism institute or a hotel training institute, lobby your faculty as to how can we make a difference and how can this difference be projected to the country and how can the country then use it as a marketing tool.
Kanksha?
One of the most important things is go and explore. Explore your regions, see what you can offer, talk about it. I think the first step to Shillong or any location becoming a great adventure tourism location is saying no. No, not only to plastic, but to any kind of thing that creates waste. Try and imbibe, like Altaf had mentioned before, education to the younger generation, that they should start carrying the bags and start carrying refillable water bottles as a start. Let's start that now.
Altaf?
Well, enough said. Security, political will, mindful development is really the way forward. And less tourism, not rat race. We don't want to run rat race. There should be also a fees for adventure tourism that is really collected and then paid to the smaller organizations in each location, right, and develop, their guides locally. That's really all.
Yeah, and last word, Nyanyu.
Yeah. So I want to add just one point when we talk about the soft adventure and hardcore adventure. But if we if we introduce the adventure sports events, so that way, if there is a retention of the manpower, if we are training someone from Northeast, they have a part-time seasonal tracks or engagement, and if we are coming up with a neo-tourism like adventure sports event, that way we can build up infrastructures so that our younger manpower, they will be get engaged throughout the year. That is one of the seasonality can be solved that way. And let's hope this should be happening very soon. Thank you so much.
Okay, and on that note, thank you all so much. I'd like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President, Indian Express Online Media, to felicitate our panelists, and thank you all so much for the wonderful insights that you had. Yeah, Mukesh.
And thank all of you for being patient enough to listen to us.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Yeah. Please. A token of appreciation to the lady first, Ms. Akanksha Gar. A token of appreciation to Mr. Toby Sinclair. Token for Mr. Jandeep and for Mr. Altar. Thank you so much, Mukesh. Can I request everybody to just come together for a quick photograph? Okay, after that panel discussion, I now want to take this event forward, and we have our next presentation that focuses on a fascinating and a fast emerging segment of tourism in India, and something that's very new and is an opportunity for all of you young people in the room as well, and that's on river cruise tourism. Please welcome Mr. Raj Singh, founder, Antara River Cruises, to deliver his presentation on unlocking the potential of river cruise tourism in India. Mr. Raj Singh is not only the founder of Antara River Cruises, but he also is an avid birder, and he has literally written the book on bird watching in India. Look it up, look him up on Google, and there's a book which is right now the essential guide to bird watching in India. So he's also an avid birder besides being a river cruise enthusiast.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Indian Express and Meghalaya Tourism, for inviting me here. And this is for going forward. To this wonderful event. And we have got wonderful panelists, everyone, and the audience. Wonderful to see all the students and all. So my one question to all you students is, you know of national waterways? Does anyone, you know national highways, right? Okay? You know what national highways are? Do you know what national waterways are? Have you heard of national waterways in India? Now that's something you have to learn. India is perhaps the only country in the world which have got 111 national waterways, like national highways. The rivers have been designated as national waterways. Can anyone tell me how many national waterways there are in Meghalaya? You are students. You should be knowing about your state. Find out that you've got 5 national waterways. Look at all these things. Do a little bit more research on your state to know exactly what resources. We're talking of adventure tourism. Adventure tourism is more than camping, more than trekking, more than homestays. It's the environment. It's the rivers, which are life-giving, cradle of our civilization. So you've got 5 national waterways. Imagine them, where they're located, what you're doing. And so do a bit of research. Find out. I can tell you what those are, but I want you to find out what your own heritage is. So national waterways are very important. So what I'm going to talk today to you about is river cruise tourism, which is a very new thing in India. We started it only about, so almost now 20 years. And something about it, how it is there in Assam also. Perhaps I will talk about it. We have done some river cruising. So to begin with, this is one of our new built river cruises. It's a ship which is being constructed now as per the most advanced systems, same sort of as European river ships. And this ship will be actually running in northeast India. It will be running on the Brahmaputra River from Guwahati to Dibrugarh. So this is basically what the prototype is. And of course, most of you have heard of Cochin Shipyard. Have you heard of Cochin Shipyard? Our wonderful, one of the best well-known places where they manufacture our defense equipments like aircraft carriers and all. It's the same company which is making these state-of-the-art river cruise ships which will run in our rivers in India. So this is one of the prototype of rivers. It has a capacity of, it can carry from 50 to 60 people, tourists, but it's self-sustaining. We're talking of sustainability. So what happens, how do you do sustainability? These ships have got, they leave the rivers totally pristine. That means nothing goes in the river. You know, the river water of the Brahmaputra, wherever they operate, it's filtered, it's used for. In fact, it's got its own RO plant. We don't need to use plastic bottles. We don't use them. So there are systems like that which we have for river cruise tourism. So let me go a little bit further about and tell you about what it is all about. So this is, of course, a classic shot of Varanasi, and it tells us what about us. These are the different kind of river cruise ships which we have actually operating within India on different rivers. These river ships operate on the Ganga from Varanasi to Calcutta, even in Assam, and I'll tell you about it, or from Calcutta to Dhaka. They also operate in Mahan on the rivers in Orissa. So basically there are different sizes, different rivers, because there are big rivers, there are small rivers, so you make river ships according to what the river can withstand and sail into it. Now this is an interesting map. It gives you an idea of, you see Varanasi on one side. Can you see Assam, Dibrugarh? And Meghalaya is down below, you know, where Chilmari in India is. This is the route map of one of the river ships which we operated in 2023, which started from Varanasi, Benares, 50 days on the rivers. It came all the way from Benares to Calcutta, through Bangladesh, making it all the way to Assam, to Dhubri. We also touched Meghalaya, where the Brahmaputra touches, and then, of course, into Assam, to all the way up to Dibrugarh. Now, this is the single longest river cruise in the world. So, when we operated this cruise in 2023, India created a record of not only the longest river cruise, but it proved that our rivers are navigable. They have challenges. It's not easy to operate in a river, a ship. So you've heard of, when you see of cruising, you think of big ships. But in the rivers, you can't have big ships because there's limited water. And also you have to go under the bridges and other things. So the river ships are there, which are smaller. So in the great rivers of the world, like the Nile, I mean, most of you must have heard of the very famous book, Murder on the Nile, you know. Everyone knows about it. Cruising on the Nile is a very traditional thing for the last many, many years. So there are river cruises in Europe, on the European rivers, Nile, Mekong, Irrawaddy. So they are there all over. But for us, it's the beginning. And the challenges are many, many challenges. As Toby had said, we face challenges every day as we sail across, for water levels, for various things. So this is gives you a route map of one of the rivers, Ganga on the one side, the Brahmaputra on the other side, and through Bangladesh going to the Bay of Bengal. And down below, of course, the other areas. This is the ship called Ganga Vilas, and it was the one which sailed through the Brahmaputra River from Assam. And it was here all over. We were here for almost 2 weeks, going up from Chilmari all the way up to Dibrugarh. So these river ships are fully self-contained. They're sustainable. They have got their own systems. So nothing actually goes into the river. We leave the river very clean as it is. And this gives you an idea of the interiors of the ship, which are made up to the international standards. The key for anything, and we were talking about, as my fellow panelists has said, is whether it's in Europe, it's the maintenance, how well you keep your vessels. That's what it is. Perhaps in Europe, they are more sort of aware and they look after their things in a more responsible way. We do that too. But sometimes some people don't take it for granted, you know. That's it. But we try to do that because we are dealing with it. Safety, security is very important. So our ships are all well maintained. And it costs a lot. Of course, the other thing about river cruise tourism is it connects. Rivers connect people. It connects wildlife. It connects ecology. It connects everything. Because rivers are the center of our civilization. So, of course, at different places, you do see different sites, people, communities, cultures, artisans, you know, weavers, potters. Everything is there along the rivers. Of course, that's in Assam. Then we have these other ships also. You can see how this ship is different. Now, it does a different, it operates only in the Ganga and in the Sundarbans. So they do a different kind of trips in that way. You come across, again, when you go on the river cruising, you're not going on the big cities. You do not see tourists at all because you're going to remote areas which are difficult to go there. Accommodations are there, but they're limited. So you visit places which are really, really beautiful, worth visiting. And then you can go back and continue your journey. So it goes into the interior areas, into the village areas, what we call the hinterland areas, for people to experience the true lifestyle of the people without spoiling it. So you are not actually affecting the environment in the same way as it can be in the big places, because you're moving, you're there for a limited time, and you have connections with, you do interact with the local communities there. That's the other thing. You don't just leave it. You use at all these, I said 99% of these places, we use electric rickshaws. We don't use cars for sightseeing because the sites are located only about maximum 20 to 30 minutes away from the ship. So that makes it easier. That is what sustainability is. That's how we are making it sustainable. So to begin with, we have put these things in place to ensure that sustainability is maintained. So this is actually a wonderful picture from Chandernagore. Chandernagore was one of the French enclaves near Calcutta during the British times. And that's where the promenade and all are. Again, for different rivers, there are different kind of ships. So this is another very typical colonial style ship, as you can see. And it operates mostly in Sundarbans, the tiger reserve and all. And when we go into Sundarbans, of course, the interesting thing is that when you go into these national parks, the ship is actually able to go there. From the big ship, we have got small boats, and you can go to narrow creeks. So your viewing of animals is there. The key in any wildlife is to know what is the right time, whether it's a tiger, whether it's a wolf, whether it's a dolphin, anything. So what is the right time to visit those national parks? That's the key. And for Sundarbans, or any of the mangroves, the key is to visit those areas during low tides. Because when the tides are low, animals will come out. That's the key. For tiger viewing, again, it's the timing, it's your knowledge, not only of the habitat, but the knowledge of the behavior of the animal. And when I say behavior, we are talking about a thing. If there is a tigress, which has got 2 or 3 cubs, now the tigress, when the cubs are sort of growing up and all, has to go out hunting for the cubs. That is the time, of course, those are the months when your visibility of tigers are the best. You see, so it's the knowledge of the environment, knowledge of the behavior, and the planning. That is what is essential, and that's what we try to inculcate in our trips. Again, as I said, there are different kind of ships, different kind of things. These are small ships which go into another area called Bhitarkanika National Park. Now, I've been told, you've heard of Sundarbans, the tiger reserve in Bengal. Everyone knows it. This is the second largest mangrove forest in India, Bhitarkanika, where these small boats can actually go inside the narrow creeks and all. And you are able to see most of the birds and animals from the river, from the sun deck itself. Oh, thank you. Again, Bhitarkanika is the mangrove forest. Wonderful. You can see the crocodiles, Asturian crocodiles, deer, mangrove forest, and one of the few places where you can comfortably see 8 species of kingfishers. Now that's a great thing for the birders. For you, it's basically the colorful birds. So these are pretty common in these areas. So basically, the vision of the company is to be sustainable. And when I say sustainable, we leave the rivers as clean as we came. So nothing goes there. We have STP plants. That means nothing goes inside that. We have water filtration plants. So water of the river is filtered, it's used. Similarly, there are other things, even for the waste collection, we have a system where nothing is actually set aside. There are designated places where everything is put in. We separate, segregate out both the plastics, if there is anything there, both different kind of waste and all. These are some of the other things which we basically, as I said, we are an Indian company. Our ships we are made in India. Our crew is 100%. We have got actually students now traveling on our ships as trainees. So on all our ships, we have trainees from different hotel managements who come and who travel, who learn, and then they have an opportunity to join the ships. As we build new ships, we need new crew. And students who are there from hotel managements or from the food F&B background can come and take trainings, practical training, travel on the ship itself. And we give them a stipend as well. So that's the thing for, again, these are some of the initiatives which we have for green initiatives and all. And so this gives you an idea of river cruise tourism. It's totally a new vertical. It's a new part of tourism which is evolving. As I said, with 111 rivers, out of which about 24 rivers are navigable. So it's something which is bound to grow, but what we have ensured that it grows in a responsible way. When I say responsible way, all the states ask us, oh, come and build ships there. We say, no, please make a policy on river cruise tourism in which there are some basic things which should be part of it. And so that the environment is kept clean and nothing actually is disturbed, whether it's ecology, communities, and other things. So I hope you've got an idea of river cruise tourism, which is a new initiative, new thing which is coming up, and you're able to learn something about your own states, on your own waterways, which you have. And you can learn from it and perhaps benefit from it. Thank you. Any questions, any of the students? Yes? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. First of all, a very good presentation. And the first question is that, out of curiosity, how much horsepower does those cruise ship use and what type of fuel are you using? Because you've talked a lot about recycling of waste and then segregation of waste, but at the end of the day, like, to my knowledge, is that those cruise ships are running on either diesel or petrol engines.
So I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so can you hear me now? So,
yeah.
Okay. So the question is that, from what I understand or from what I know, is that most of the cruise ship runs on engine that runs on fuel, either diesel or petrol. And I want to know from your side what type of fuel do you use? And you've talked a lot about segregation of waste and then throwing the waste in the right place, as you say. And in your vision, you show that preservation of ecology and sustainability, you've talked a lot about it. But at the end of the day, the waste generated by the tourists is not as much polluted as the fuel that you use on the river system, or on the cruise ship on the river system. So the question here is that, have you ever thought of improving the cruise tourism by changing the machine that you use? And the second, another question is that, how can we as the people of Meghalaya use this type of tours in Meghalaya? And as you know, the river system in Meghalaya is not as wide, as long as the one that you just showed. And most of the time, the rivers in Meghalaya, you have big boulders, and it's very unpredictable, and it is seasonal. So how can we adopt this kind of tourism in Meghalaya? Thank you.
Well, you've got a lot of questions, so I'll try to answer as much as possible. One of your questions was, what's our horsepower? Now, the horsepower which are used in different rivers depends on the water current. So basically, when you go upstream, like Brahmaputra needs a different kind of horsepower than what is there in Bhitarkanika. So in Bhitarkanika, it could be like 30, 50 to 60 horsepower. But when it comes to Brahmaputra, it may be 1200, twin engine. So the horsepower that depends on the river which you are. That's where that's why this river cruise tourism is very technical, and it's very, you have to know the river. You have to understand the river. You have to know how much depth of the water is there. Summers what it is there, winters what it is. Also the other thing is, the rivers are so wide. I mean, everyone knows how many, there's something, you might have heard something called channels. So when you see a river from the top, you don't see where the actual channel is a current which is underwater, which you don't see. You learn about it with experience, how that this is the channel. So there may be, Brahmaputra may be like 5 kilometers wide at place, and then it may be going 3 places, but which is the place where the channel or the maximum water is? So basically, the thing is, that's what it is. The second thing, which is, as you said, is the fuel. We use what we call the green fuel, which is the best from the Indian oil, which is there, and which is the most eco-friendly of the others. Now, there are other fuels which are coming up and all, but those are not yet commercially available, like in the market for you to use them. Plus, the machinery we have is also not suitable for them. Even in Europe, they are still in the experimental stage. Even the rivers of Europe, like the Rhine or the Seine or the Danube, they are still using the same technology as we are using, though they are experimenting with it. Now, when it comes to Meghalaya, one of the things what the Meghalaya needs to do about its rivers is, first, does it have a river cruising policy? First of all, the first is that. So once you make that, and in that you make what makes the things which will make the river clean, sustainable, like having water filtration plants, having STP plants, having hospital-grade silencers. So all that sort of thing. So the first is the policy, which is the most important thing. Once you have the policy, I've studied a little bit your rivers and I've seen them. Your rivers are suitable for small boats. And what Meghalaya should do is that they should use solar power. That is the key for your state. Solar power. We have used solar power in Bhitarkanika, in Orissa. So solar power boats are the ones because you don't have very fast current. Your current is limited. Your distance is limited. So you can have solar power boats. They will be the best suitable. They'll leave the environment clean itself. So first is a policy. The second is thinking about what kind of boats. And my opinion is have solar power. That will work because that on short distances, that has been pretty good, and that technology in India is available. It's locally being developed for short areas, very short areas, not longer areas, that's the thing. So that is where Meghalaya should head, and it needs to start thinking now. It's something very, we are talking of Shillong being congested and all. Of course, you have a wonderful lake. Everyone doesn't have to come there. You could just go there, have your solar boats. You can space that out, make a plan. So that would be the best thing to do, in my opinion. Does that answer all your questions, basically, in a short form? Thank you. Okay. A student question, that's good to know.
Sir, you just mentioned that you provide training, right? So I just want to know that how many months or year do you provide training program for students, and how can we apply?
About six to 8 months. And you stay on the cruise, you stay on the ship. Of course, you have to share the accommodation, you can't have that sort of thing. And there's food which is provided, there's a staff canteen and everything. It's a different world. For applying, you can apply straight to, you can go on our website, antaracruises.com. And
Then, sir, pardon, website?
Antara Cruises.
Okay.
Or the easiest way is if you ride the ship Ganga Vilas, because that's an iconic ship, which is the longest river cruise in the world. So you put just Ganga Vilas, you'll get all the details about it, and then you can directly say, but what your experience, what is the institution where you are coming from, what is the training you need, that sort of situation. And then they'll revert back to HR people will revert back to you about your prospects and everything. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Okay, I think, thank you so much, in case if there's anyone else. Otherwise, thank you so much. It's wonderful to see all you young guys, and I hope you have learned something about our own country, our own heritage, the rivers of India, our national waterways, your own national waterways, how to keep them clean, how to keep them pristine, and that's what it is. Thank you.
I'd request you just stay back on stage for a second, and I'd like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh to present you with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Mukesh. And I think that was a wonderful session. I hope this has given all of you some new ideas, because these are all new avenues, and this is where there's opportunity. A lot of the other segments are already crowded, but this is opening up, and it's a big opportunity for all of you. That takes us now to our next session, which shines the spotlight on your home state, Meghalaya, the abode of the clouds, right? This session is titled The Meghalaya Adventure in the Abode of the Clouds. It will explore how Meghalaya is transforming from an offbeat destination to a world-class adventure hub, driven by the stunning natural heritage that you have and your strong sense of community engagement. So let's take this discussion forward. And for that, I'd like to invite our esteemed panelists for the next discussion, starting with Mr. E.B. Blah, President, NEITC and TOAM, and State in charge of IATO, followed by Dr. Pinshalang Siamong, President, Core Geo Expeditions, Ms. Fibronia F.E. Pajat, owner Cabana Serene, and Mr. Gerald Dua, Co-Chairman, Northeastern Region of ATOAI. The session will be moderated by Mr. Raj Basu, who is the convener, Association for Conservation and Tourism, and advisor to several governments in Northeast India. Raj, over to you.
It's more of a pre-lunch session. I hope, is there anyone who is hungry for lunch? Yes? Oh, that's wonderful. So we'll try and finish it as fast as possible. But before we talk about finishing, you have your local heroes. You have your local mentors to follow, who have given their everything for tourism in the state. And, they have been the leaders who have shown the way and who have taken it forward. Welcome to Financial Express. What is it known as? ATM, Anytime Money. It is ATM, anytime money. So you can understand, that ATM, that anytime money, it comes from a landscape and people who are into adventure. So the adventure landscape itself is the ATM. So nature is a bank and the skills are the currency. And this is how, the anytime money becomes your adventure tourism, platform on today's date. And here we, with all the experts sitting with you, from across the world, you may see them, they have come here. You may see them, somebody with cruises, somebody with, wildlife tourism, somebody with responsible tourism. They are this, huge personalities. They are the huge personalities and pillars of adventure tourism that has happened in India today. So as students and as practitioners over here, you should all be very happy and very glad that you get an opportunity, maybe during lunch or in the pre-lunch sessions or post-lunch sessions, to actually one-to-one talk to them. Because this will give you a complete different, insight to what is happening in the country and beyond, in the adjoining countries of South and Southeast Asia, which is also very important for us to understand over here. So from that context, I would request from the senior most member over here, Mr. Blah, and all the panelists to one by one give short introductions of themselves. That will be wonderful. Starting with you, Mr. Blah, please. A very old-time companion, partner into tourism with me. Please.
A very good morning to you all. Thank you, Mr. Raj Basu, for allowing me to speak first. I think most of you are aware that Meghalaya tourism has just come of age last couple of years. So comparing to all those who are sitting here in the front row, the site, I think we are quite young and we are little maybe less experienced. But nevertheless, I think these last few years, since Meghalaya tourism has just come of age, we have tried to learn so many things, and maybe we are yet to learn much more about tourism. For coming to myself, actually I started tourism only with a small guest house those days, about 25 years ago, which that itself maybe what they say one of the first guest houses in the state of Meghalaya. From that small guest house of 5 rooms, and again I expanded, and then I started the tour operations also after a couple of years from then on. And now I'm also in the tour, when my tour company, Clara Tours, is there, one of the old tour operators of the state. And from there on, I think that things have changed a lot. Things have changed a very, very lot. And what we see today, the tourism in the state of Meghalaya is something completely different. But before tourism comes, so I think there are lots of more to talk later on.
Yes, Mr. Black, can we, what happens is we are still on the introduction sessions and we will love to listen more from you after this. So one more speaker on my left we have, please, if you can, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. My name is Dr. Pinchela Simyong, and by profession, I'm an academician, and as a hobby, or you can say by default, I end up doing caving. And for the past few years, I've been the president of the Koju expeditions, and I've been attending expeditions from the Meghalaya Adventure Association, Northeast India Caving Expedition, and the last one is the Koju expedition. And on my field, apart, we don't do tours, but we do cave exploration, where we do scientific research from any aspect or from any subject that you want to do, and that is what we are specialized.
Thank you very much. So that is what you heard, from a very senior practitioner and then an academician who represents that how we should use the adventure field for tourism, which is also very important, because in the previous session you have heard about responsible tourism and how to take it ahead, carrying capacities, who should go there, who should not go there, what should happen. And here exactly you have the person who can talk more about it, who can give you input, and who is local to this place, and who has talked about caving and its takeaways to the international community. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. It's been wonderful. Over to you, my panelist on the right, please.
Thank you. So my name is Febronia F.E. Pajak. I'm the owner of a small guest house in Umroi, and I'm also an off-roader. So I've been participating in off-road competitions for 7 years now, and I also do adventure tours. So we go for off-roading.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Pajat. It was wonderful because you not only you're into adventure, but you also host people, which is very important. People who are visiting our state. What do we do? How do we communicate with them? How do we take it forward? And here is your own homegrown leader, who has been hosting some of the best guests or some of the best, visitors who have been coming to Meghalaya, connecting them to the adventure over here. And then, Ms. Luya, please, if you can introduce yourself to the rest of the people over here, please.
Very good afternoon. I'm Gerald Samuel Duya. I serve as the co-chairman of Northeast Region for the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India. I also hold various positions for various organizations. I'm the founder proprietor of a tour operator called Duya Trailblazers, and we recently launched our academy for adventure training training purposes. And I'm also an adjunct faculty in Martin Luther Christian University in the Department of Tourism and Travel Management, where I teach students on the field of adventure paper. Thank you.
So you have it there. The Adventure Tour Operators Association of India happens to be the largest organization of adventure practitioners and operators of the country, who also gives input in policy making for Ministry of Tourism at Government of India level. And we have a wonderful person who has been practicing it for such a long time, both on the field and in academics. So it's a wonderful common combination that we have over here for our people, our experts who have come. I would request that we take note on what they speak and how do they want to take Meghalaya forward. In the previous session, we had talked about two very important sectors, which was the panel of the experts. One is responsible, and the second, which was standardization. So responsible and standardization are the two key things that we should be talking about, and we should be knowing that how to take it forward. So I think we will start off from you. So how do you look into adventure tourism locally, mostly with caving? How do we take it forward, responsibility, and what should be the standardization that we are talking about? And they talked about it in the previous session. And do we have something in place already in the state?
So when we talk about adventure tourism, the first thing that we should understand is that there are two types of tourism, which we all know: the hard adventure and the soft adventure. And as a fact, under the ATOI, caving is not there. You have around 15 land-based, 7 air-based, and 7 sea-based type of hardcore adventure, but not caving. And there's a good reason behind it, because cave, it is a thing which you don't see on the upper surface of the land. It's a subterranean world. And that clearly shows that it is a sensitive place to be, a sensitive place to venture, and a risky one. And I can see that it falls under hard adventure. So when I use the word hard adventure, it means that you can't just go just for leisure. You need to have some expertise, you need to have a proper guide, or you need to have some training, basic training, I can say. And yes, in Meghalaya, we do have show caves, like the Arwah Cave, you have the Maujumbun Cave, you have the Mamlo Cave, you have the Limput Cave, you have the Karamdam Cave. So these caves, they are there for the tourists. And it all started with the Mouse Mai Cave in Meghalaya, we can say, for the tourists. And apart from that, you have the caves which are being used by the pilgrimage, like the Sindai Cave, the Maujumbun Cave. But if you look from the aspect on how the people respond to it, it is more of a reactive response, where instead of being a responsive cater, we can say. Like for me, I'm a cater. I'm a citizen of Meghalaya. I cater the people from outside. I cater the people of my own state who want to go caving. But when we do it out of a reaction, not being a responsive one. Because the moment you do it out of a reaction, all we think is how I will go back home at the end of the day to put food on the table, and that leads us to not think about sustainability, that leads us not to think about conservation. Conservation can be from different values, aesthetic value, cultural value, religious value. So we tend to forget about all those things because we see an opportunity and we grabbed it.
That's so nice. That's a nice input. So you have heard about the treasures, the adventure treasures of Meghalaya, and it begins with caves. You have such a great field which is unknown to the adventure world. So Meghalaya's USP can be with caving. So this is something what is the least explored over here. What we miss is, we have the experts, but we do not have an institution. We need a caving adventure institutions where, the skills could be taught. The young people who are sitting over here could be trained in caving. When you heard, Mr. Raj Singh about the cruising, a lot of you thought, it has a beautiful, future in your career, and you thought that how do you get attached to that? But here, you already have something, which is your own heritage, your own natural heritage, which is caving. And here, if you get skilled, and here, if you have a school, I think, someone like you could easily come up with a cave, school. Yes, please add on.
So far in Meghalaya, we don't, or as to say in India, we don't have a caving training school, but it does exist in the other part of the world, in the Western world. And the reason behind it is because we don't see caving as a sport. In other nations, in other continents, they see caving as sports and they take it seriously. When I say take it seriously means not that you just explore, but conservation and preservation practices, it's there, it exists. So until and unless we understand as a community or as a society the value that we have, then only I think it makes more sense to have a training school. And yes, from our side, from the Kojo expedition, recently we had an expedition in Garo Hills where we trained the locals from there, but we train them so that when they go and venture, when they go and do recce or another word for recce, scouting, I can say, so that they don't injure themselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samyang. Here we have Akanksha ji, who leads the national cell. If you can please talk to ATOI, and because this is a complete new sport for the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India also, and how do you include the caving school over here in Meghalaya should be one of our target, and we need to put it onto the Ministry of Tourism and make sure that we have an institution built up over here in Meghalaya for the purpose of caving, and we can take it forward. Before we go into more of adventure, how do we convince tourists who are coming to our lodges, our own lodges and homestays over here, to get into adventure and to connect them to the adventure? I would request Ms. Effie Pajat to please put more light, because other than being a practitioner, interested person yourself, how do you convince tourists? Because we have a lot of people who are into hospitality over here, and a lot of students who are learning learning about hospitality. So it is not only about how you serve the food, how you do housekeeping, or how do you keep your place clean, how do you look after your lawns, but it is much beyond that, that how do you communicate to your visitors that we have such a wonderful landscape where you can have a wonderful experience too. If you can put some light into it, please.
So when we, as a state, we do get a lot of tourists, and one big part is communication, as Sir has mentioned. So when we meet people, we don't just meet people from one particular place. We meet people from a lot of different places, a lot of different cultures. So we need to keep in mind that we need to know how to communicate and make everyone feel welcomed. So when people come to our state, a lot of people want to do adventure sports, or some people just want to visit, maybe they want to try caving, and some people, they would want to see waterfalls and go swimming maybe. So we, as a person who runs a guest house, I would always love to know what our guests want to do, what they like to do. So we don't just meet them and tell them, go do this, or, we don't just suggest them places or activities to do, but we do want to know what they also would like to do. And hospitality is one very big important thing, because when we talk to people from different areas in the world, we would want them to feel welcome in our
But
in our place.
how do you communicate them to, ride with you or go with you on the trails and the treks, and then do you do that very often with your guests?
I do take them on tours. Yes, I do take not everyone.
Because you also operate adventure tours in
Yes,
Meghalaya.
yes.
So how do you convince them to go with you, when they are coming here? How do you, because our young people over here would like to know, how do you connect to the right adventure people to come to Meghalaya, and then you join them and take them around, and what are the things that you usually do so that even our youths can learn from there, please?
So social media is one thing. Social media is one thing that we can connect with them. So if they come forward and they tell us that they would want to go for an adventure tour, we first of all, yes, we do ask them what kind of things that they would like to do, and we do our best to take them to places where they would feel happy or satisfied with their stay here. And
Yes, that is wonderful actually. So, all of you are on social media, and whatever you do every day may be very common for all of you. All of you may be thinking that I walk from place A to place B to go to my institution for studying. I eat this kind of food. I go to the small lanes and have local food in this manner. So this may be very common for you. But as you heard from the previous speakers, in the previous panelists who are there, they were talking about the food adventure also. So try and put as much of, Meghalaya into your social media, because that connects to the rest of the world with Meghalaya, which is extremely important when we do that. So how do we do that? Is use social media as a tool and start getting yourself recognized that this is what we have local and which could be part of adventure. And while we talk about adventure, the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, as I told you, we have our local chairman, Mr. Oken Tayang, who is from Arunachal Pradesh, who practices a complete different kind of adventure. World War II, aeroplane wrecks which were there, planes which were wrecked, to go and find out those wreck sites, was something that he started adventure with. He is presently the chairman of ATOI Northeast, and we have the co-chair, Mr. Gerald, who is there with us. I would want to ask him more on the policies. What policies should be there for Meghalaya in the context of Northeast when we are talking about, adventure tours and the practice of adventure tours, and how more and more youths and institutions can be added to that. Please, Mr. Gerald, if you can put some light onto that.
Thank you for that question. So, from ATOI is an association that comes up with the guidelines for various land-based, air-based, and water-based activities. So, in terms of Northeast, we see that we have various mountains, various types of topography. So, particularly in Meghalaya, as the co-chair, we have had several meetings, and we are on a situation where we're still drafting the guidelines for caving. Like Sir mentioned earlier, basically we need to have policies first before doing anything. So in my opinion also, like we took a step in drafting these guidelines, and right now it is still under a draft mode. And as of the other activity we also have canyoning, which is a very popular activities in the European region. And this is an activity where you have to go downstream a river, you have to use various technical skills, various technical equipments and stuff. So this also is under the process of drafting. And as you mentioned earlier about the Institute for Caving, we recently launched the Duya Trailblazers Adventure Training Academy in Sorankham, where our prime aim is to teach people on caving and canyoning. And we haven't yet opened these two trades of training because policies are not there. So once the policies have been framed, once the guidelines, the SOPs are in place, Then we will get a few guides who will be getting certified to become instructors, and they will come back to train our local youths. Our aim is also to bring the local the local youths who are unemployed in various regions of East Jantia Hills, Garo Hills, to take up caving in a responsible and sustainable manner after training. Because we've seen that there's a lot of mining activities in these regions. So we want to convert that into something sustainable and something that people would, in the same time, earn livelihood. Just like I used to always say this, like we can scale heights of various mountain peaks, but we can also scale depths of our subterranean world and explore better. So I think so. Yeah, we're on the right track.
Thank you very much, Gerald, for your very precise input. It's like the chicken and the egg situation. Do we have the policy first or the institution first? I would say we have both parallelly. Let both of them run parallelly so that, we can work on both the sides, as and when the government keeps on with the policy, they carry on, because you will be the people who would be giving them the policy inputs. But at the same time, also create training to tell them that, if you have a policy, then here are the people who can implement it, which is also very important. And thank you for starting the institution, which is very important. And, all of you on this panel could obviously be a major resource for the institution. Before I go to my very old friend, Mr. Blah, we have a common friend who has just joined us, Mr. Shering Wange. He is known for his adventure sharing. If you could just stand up and say hello to everyone. Mr. Shering Wange, if you can just say hello to everyone in the house. That's Mr. Shering Wange. He is one of the forerunners of adventure. He started as the secretary of the Youth Hostel Association in Arunachal Pradesh and ran the first treks in the eastern Himalayas. Thank you, Shering Wange, for joining all of us over here. So before we go into the details, we know Mr. Blah, who started, with a guest house when nobody thought, something locally could be owned, and he started with that as an entrepreneur, and it is his second generation who is into tourism. So how has he seen tourism going through, and how important it could be for this whole house of youth who is sitting and listening to you? What are the opportunities for them? That is a very important thing, because if we want the youths, these are our futures for tourism. So if we want them to be in the state and, and be entrepreneurs, be practitioners, be employed, what should be the way out they should look forward to? Please, Mr. Blah, if you can give some inputs.
Before we start with tourism in Meghalaya, I've seen when we are young, people go for hikings. People go for small, short treks, and they go all over the place. So that is what we saw. And then we never thought that these things are related to tourism, because we don't see that much tourists coming to the state. But lately, after maybe the last 10, 15 years, we've seen a lot of tourists started coming to Meghalaya. And the tourists that came to Meghalaya means they come for nature. They are nature-based tourists. They come to see the beauty of Meghalaya because they have heard about the Cherrapunji rain, the Sora rain now we call, and then they've seen the big waterfalls, and then the natural beauty of the state. So they come here. But seeing this, then the thought came, why not adventure? So that is what now slowly, the adventure started being introduced in the state, and now we have various adventure activities. And we are proud to say that Meghalaya today is one state in Northeast, maybe in the country, which has a big brand of extreme adventure. Now we have bungee jumping, 200 feet bungee jumping. Now we have rappelling is coming up now with Nokkalikai Falls. People see the Nokkalikai Falls, but they don't know how the height of the Nokkalikai Falls. But true rappelling is coming up. That is 180 meters. Again, Killang Rock, the famous Killang Rock. There is going to be again a rappelling there. That is 130 meters. Then you have the Kinram Falls. That is quite a steep thing. When you go to Sora, when people go to see what you call this Thangkarang Park, they go for sightseeing that side. They see the Kinram Falls. And that is, the rappelling will be 305 meters. So these are the depths of the waterfalls, and making use not only to see the waterfalls, but to feel and experience the depth of the waterfalls. These are the things which we see today as extreme adventure. And again, We have the other softer part where people still, like people maybe our age, will still want to go short treks. There are hard treks, there are soft treks. Then today now we have seen that people going for the treks also. They are not like those days, our days, where they just go and just simply move around. Now they have equipments for the treks. They have the trekking sticks, the various trekking sticks. The people started knowing about the use of all these adventure equipments. They started learning. So what happened is that today the youth can take advantage of all this development in adventure in the state of Meghalaya. And I feel that, when we talk of adventure, always we think with those days, we think of people from overseas. When we talk about adventure in India also, we think of people advancing because we've seen Europeans doing them. First, when I remember earlier, we used to see that bungee jumping is in another country doing, and we see it through the live television. But now it is close by. You are having it here. So that is what we should take advantage of this, and we should see that through the adventure tourism, we can invite more tourists with more experience coming to our state, and then also we could develop such a kind of a thing which we can say that it will sustain the tourism in our state.
So this is a very, very nice input, Mr. Blah, because you have seen it through. When we began with tourism, it was sightseeing tourism, going to 5 points, 7 points, 10 points. That was the tourism that was known actually. And, there were, people who were working very differently, but they were known for their work. Someone like Mr. Toby Sinclair or someone like Mr. Raj Singh, who was doing something what was very different, but we always thought that was for the people who came from outside, the people who came not from the domestic tourism field, but people who were inbound tourists. So we always thought they were inbound tourist operators, and we were the ones who were looking into domestic tourism, doing only the 5 points, 7 points sightseeing and some, some food and, some stops somewhere, some museum somewhere. That was all that we were doing. But today, and that was the time when we had only one institute of mountaineering, that is Himalayan Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling, that was set up by the Honorable Prime Minister then, along with Mr. Hillary, Mr. Hillary and Mr. Tenzing Norgay was the first field director over there. So that was the first need for mountaineering and trekking that came into the viewpoint. But later with time, the extreme adventure you just heard, it's zip lines. It is it is bungee jumping. It is using the rocks, using the waterfalls, using the caves. So where are these kind of activities being used for certification, for training, and also for creating the proper guides for this purpose? Because these are something in extreme adventure, even in soft adventure. When we talk about soft adventure, where are we producing these kind of guides for the purpose of tourism is the question. Because Shillong, for a very long time, has been the center for culture. Shillong was a center for culture for ages. We can say for 2 centuries almost, Shillong was a center for culture. But now slowly, Shillong and Meghalaya is coming up as a center for adventure also. So how do we rope in this adventure? Do we let it loose as we are doing it now? Or do we, adapt processes, policies, we bring in certifications, training, all these things together? Because other than, having tourism, we also have something which is also a part of adventure, which is known as cross-border tourism. Because in a place like northeastern region, where less than 2% is connected with the rest of the India through the Siliguri corridor, or which we know as the chicken's neck, more than 98% connects to the adjoining countries. And we have Elena ji from here. Can you say hello to everyone, Elena ji? Who has come all the way from Manipur to join us. And she works on cross-border along the Indo-Burma region, Indo-Myanmar region. They ran the first bus service between Manipur and Mandalay, which was flagged off by the Honorable Prime Minister himself. So you can understand that how the definition of adventure is changing with time. How do we adapt this definition of changing adventure into the policy of the northeastern region? And above all, how our previous speaker talked about peace, the political peace, the political will. People can be from any political party. People can have any kind of, agenda for taking it forward. But how do they say that we need peace in the northeastern region for Northeast to be the gateway between South and Southeast Asia? Because this is what is very important. On both the sides, if you see, South Asia and Southeast Asia, you look at Bhutan, they take a sustainable, sustainable development fees of $100 per day per head. Only fees, not the money for giving services. You have Myanmar in Southeast Asia on the other side, where a tour costs minimum $300 per day per head for the experiences that they give. Whereas we in between in the Northeast, which is supposed to be a passage between the two, we are happy with $10 a day per head. Is this that we are looking forward to? Or are we looking forward to some more things? So before we end, I would request the panel, experts over here who should at least give some message from the Northeast to the rest of the world, which is very important, that what is our message to the rest of the world? When we are inviting the rest of the world, can we say, yes, in the northeastern region, especially in Meghalaya, we fight for peace, we will have peace. There are somebody who says, we will welcome tourists with open heart. We will, bring in the national and international experts to create a certification and training. What is it that we are wanting the globe to connect us with in this northeast part of India, especially Shillong being the think tank of northeastern India? Could you please start with you, please?
So, since I'm from the environmental science background, I have a say from the cleanliness point of view. For us here, for the people from outside, when you go anywhere, leave nothing but your foot trails. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So, Mr. Blah, if you can just put on a word to the global, because through our channels, you are on the globally on the Twitter and on the other social media. So, what would be your message from the northeastern region, especially as a think tank, from Shillong? What would you send to the rest of the world, please?
I would like to welcome the rest of the world to this part of the world where we known not only as northeast of India, but the Asian confluence of the entire Asia, because we are in between the mainland India and the rest of South Asia. We are here to cater to the entire world with tourist footfall growing day by day.
So that is so wonderful. So this is an area for Asian confluence. I would say for Indian Express, for Financial Express, who is organizing this with the help of the state. This is the biggest takeaway that we can have is this is the center, the northeastern part of India, especially Shillong, is the center for Asian confluence. And how do we create that? We need organizations and media partners like you who would take it forward. Please, if you can just put on a word to the rest of the world.
So one message that I would like to say is, please come and experience our culture. We have a very rich culture, and we would like to share it with the rest of the world. And not only do we want to share, but we would also like to learn about the other cultures of the world. Thank you.
So this is a very wonderful message, of cultural exchange. We want the northeastern region to be the center, the core of cultural exchange for the world over here, which is very important to understand. And Gerald, if you can hear from you a message to the world from here.
For me, I feel like policy is more important, so I think we have to look at the other way around. Like I mentioned earlier in the previous meeting, we can't sit in AC rooms and discuss policies. So I think we have to take it a bottoms-up approach, and I have suggested this in Lait Mau Siang, and it has worked. We need to have micro policies at various community levels. And that's basically the things that I want to give a message. And because there are so many youths here, I would like to take this opportunity that we have free trainings for various adventure guide trade, various tour guide trade, and it's supported by the MSSDS. And also, if you go to Prime Hub, there will be various schemes on adventure. So I think so it's not launched yet, but sooner they will launch. So I would encourage every youth here to take these opportunities that the government is giving. Thank you.
So, this is such a wonderful thing, because until and unless we do not have policies, it is not going to work. And you could hear him, how Gerald, how experienced he is, that why can't we have micro-level policies? We work on the micro-level, community-level policies, and then we take it to the state level and then to the national level. I think that is the way how it should go, from the micro-level to the state, to the region, and then to the national level. This is how we need to work on the policies. We have, experts who are over here, who have come here for the ATM, and, we have students like you who could actually contribute on how are we looking at it. So when you are on the tweet or on the social media, on this trend that is carrying on, please give your inputs over there. It is very important. I know a lot of you, you could certainly give some inputs over here. We would love to listen to your inputs. But if you are still shy and cannot give your inputs, you need some more space to think about. You should put it into the social media when you take it forward. But before we end, I would open the house for some questions to our experts who are sitting on the panel, to our experts to ask from the panel, because this is a complete local panel that we have, and they are experts over here, and also to the students over here who would like to ask something. Please, can we take the mic around? Can we have your hands up for the questions? Any of you? Yes. Please, can you have the mic over here in front? Please introduce yourselves and then with a question. Over here in front.
Hello, Altaf Chapri. You all know me now. How are you really developing accommodation? I mean, having seen the accommodation since yesterday, it's quite heartening to see what is happening in the Shillong region. Are you really focusing on really luxury tourism, luxury adventure tourism? Do we have to really only focus on really low tourism? Why don't you focus on...
Thank you, Altafji, for your question. We already know, because I have been into the different award as a jury. So we have seen a lot of input, but I'll leave it to Mr. Blah to reply that how luxury and adventure is being married over here, especially in Meghalaya and in the rest of Northeast, please.
In Meghalaya in particular, now I think you must have seen that there are a lot of luxury accommodation now started coming in the state of Meghalaya. We do have even 5-star accommodation in Shillong, which was never thought of earlier. So now what we do is that in Meghalaya, we're trying to encourage people, when they come up with good properties, to go for classifications of their property. Because once they go for classifications of their property, definitely they have to follow the norms of 2018 of the Ministry of Tourism, how to prepare yourself with for the classification. So that is what one thing is that we're trying to push, and we're trying to encourage people to go for classification so that you can improve your facilities in your accommodation. And regarding other things, because if we're talking about as far as adventure is concerned, so I think even tented accommodation, luxury tents are glamping, so encouraged, and they have started coming up in certain areas in Sora and other parts of Meghalaya. So these are the things which we are trying to encourage, and I feel over the years things have started to improve, and we hope that in the next few years you'll have lots of luxury items, accommodation, and not only luxury means those are really fit for people, for travelers who are looking for better accommodation.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean sustainable luxury.
Altafji, just let me put in over here precisely that, previously whenever we talked about adventure, it was only about the basics. It was never beyond that. But just to update you, we have started having some of the very good accommodation done by locals and done by groups from outside also in the very remote areas. That is one. Secondly, I know of a very close friend of mine, Mr. Dennis, who was adventurous enough in those days to start with 6 rooms as Cherrapunji Holiday Resort. He has recently added, a lot of more rooms of what you would classify as a luxury category. And of course, because here the people are very sensitive about the environment that they have, they make sure that, they use that sensitivity in a local style to take forward sustainability. So we already have local sustainability which is built in all the society, be it the Garo society, the Khasi society, the Jaintia society, all the societies in their, practice of life, they already have sustainability that is built in. All that we are doing is adapting their lifestyles and systems into the sustainability that we have. While you are going back, you could check with Raikinzai at the Umiam Lake, just beside Umiam Lake. From architecture to food, they have tried to bring in sustainability. So, it is being practiced, not that we haven't been able to take it to the world as you have done, but I would request that, as one of the premier marketing organizations representing Kashmir to Kerala, also take Northeast to the rest of the world. This would be my request personally on behalf of all of us in the Northeast, Altafji. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other thing is really the transport system in Northern East. So this is another thing we are having a massive challenges when we go for marketing. The transport system here is not really, properly done. You don't have a proper vehicles. The drivers are not trained. We have all these issues from our clients who travel in Northeast.
Altafji, again, I would like to, on behalf of the panel, if they all are agreeing, is to tell you that, it depends on the demand that is there. So, as and when the demand is increasing, we are getting, certified and well-classified transportation is already in. Only that it was very unfortunate that you had to take more than 10 years old vehicle yesterday from the airport coming over here. But I could guarantee you that, our Sarathis, our drivers are very good. They are very well. They know about what they're doing. They know about what they're showing. If you tell them that, like when you talked about the dosas, the different kind of dosas, all that you have to tell them that I want to have something local. Because they always feel that the local food are for the local people. We have on the border where we are having our food, we have wonderful local restaurants with clean toilets there also. Only that you didn't demand for it, or as organizers, we didn't demand for all of you that, we want you to come to a local restaurant. So everything that you are looking forward to is there. Only that it has not been married to tourism in a bigger way. So it's coming up, it's on the increase. If you want to add to that.
Yeah. I think you must have noticed along the way that a lot of vehicles now, prime vehicles. These vehicles have been given by the government to help to subsidize and help the entrepreneurs to come up with vehicles, means good high-end vehicles. That is the more idea. Because what happened is that earlier people think that, okay, driving a tourist taxi, you don't get enough passengers, even going from here to Guwahati. With a huge footfall of 16 lakhs tourists, Meghalaya is getting last year. So definitely the need arises for lots of vehicles. And when there are little shortage of vehicles in the market during the peak season, so whatever vehicles they are at the disposal, they try to convert into vehicles, tourist vehicles. Even private vehicles have started doing that. So now what you do in such a situation to standardize everything is slightly difficult. But the government and our stakeholders, we are all trying to standardize. That's why we're giving drivers training. From our tour operator association also we have done that, giving the full trainings to the drivers and see that we get good services out of this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bala. This is what the government is already pro. We in Assam we have the chief minister's subsidy. Over here in Meghalaya we have. So they are subsidizing the youth to come up with better services. I would request our other panelists also to add to that, please.
I'll just add to that. Sir, actually, I'm very sorry to hear that. But in my opinion, I think so if you look for local...
You don't have to be sorry, really. I'm just have a deep love for the Himalayan people.
Please.
I have a deep love for Himalayan people and I share your thoughts. This is really just like my own state. So I really want you to do well.
We'll do it, Gerald, and then we'll come
I'm just asking the questions which we are really hearing from when we travel abroad.
Yes, thank you, sir. So my humble suggestion to everyone here, be it from other states, is basically if you hire local services, they will give you the best. So that is my suggestion.
Please, if you can add.
Mr. Chapri, when you ask that question, I just want to ask you back a question. What is your expectations when you give us the questions?
Well, the expectation is really I want you to do well. I have a deep love for this
I
area.
mean, like, it would be nicer if you give in points. What are the inputs that you can give to us?
And for that, you have to really invest in really good transport system, really good sustainable luxury development, like hotels, intimate small hotels, which really have something from the northeast, not really making people stay in these concrete blocks. Most of the time I'm not able to sleep in concrete block. So, we have to really do like Bhutan. I mean, we have to learn from them. We have to send our people how they really operate, how they do things so well. So Northeast has much better potential than they have. So
thank you very much, Altaf ji. Actually, I'll tell you the change. If you had come here, 25 or 30 years ago, when people came to Calcutta.
I'm just 20 years old, so I couldn't have come here.
Calcutta, so about Kolkata or Calcutta and Shillong, it used to be the yellow ambassador taxis in Calcutta, and it used to be the picture of the yellow jeeps in Shillong. That was all that we had. But today, things have changed. It was from 20 years to now, it has changed such a lot, and it is slowly coming up. I'm very sure your suggestion is so well taken. We will look forward to sustainable luxury as one of the core strengths for Meghalaya and the rest of the Northeast, because you have the leaders in this panel who will take it forward. Thank you, Altaf ji. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for any questions, please?
Sir?
Please. Just give your name, to which institution do you belong to, and what is the question, to whom it is targeted. Please.
My name is Dennis Crispin Marbanyang. I'm from ICFA University. I study in ICFA University. The question is, in what ways can village communities in Meghalaya and adventure tourism can help to reduce waste and make sure everyone benefit equally?
Once more, please. A little clearly for the panelists.
In what way can village community in Meghalaya and adventure tourism help to reduce waste and to make sure everyone benefit equally?
So basically, in adventure tourism, it's a niche activity. So if you look at caving, just an example that I will give you. Whenever we take people inside caves, what we do is we carry our own waste back. So I feel if we adopt this similar practice for trekking, for camping, and for other adventure spots, it will definitely help reduce waste. And as a community, like I mentioned earlier, if you want to promote any kind of tourism, you should have a micro policy at your level, at your village level, so that the Dorpar Shnong plays a lot of importance in our state. So if you replicate what I'm saying and you put it into practice, then you will achieve that. Thank you.
Actually, Jared said most of the thing, but yeah, micro policy, it is needed. So I'll just give you an example from my caving expedition before the COVID, on the same year that it happened in Nagaland. So what they did there is that each community have their own way on how to conserve and protect their caves. Because each of these caves, most of them belong to a clan or they belong to an individual, where they use the cave as a resources, maybe water resources, or they use these caves as a burial site. So both of these two are caves, but one is a burial site, one is they use it as a natural resources where they draw water or they eat bats, I can say. So, but the thing is that the policy is never the same for the two. They adopt different policy. So the clan have a say. So like for us here at Meghalaya, we are blessed with caves, thousands of caves. So like what Gerald said, I think I urge to the tourism department to push the community to come up with their own way. Nobody knows better about sustainability than the local community. Sustainability just come up in 1987 in the Brundtland report. So it's just a definition given by someone, but it has been practiced by the tribal people since time immemorial. It's just that it's not written in paper. So I think micro policy is very much needed.
Thank you very much. So you heard two very learned people. I'll just add to that. you think about a village. As a youth, you must be going to different villages in Meghalaya, and you look at the market over there. How many packed food do you see there? You know, it's all wrapped in, in leaves, and people carry it in bamboo, in baskets and everything. So in the previous session, our speakers had already talked about it, that how do we make tourists to be felt more local. So, we never had our villages with shops. So there were no things to be carried or no packets to be coming over there. Not a 1 rupee shampoo packet or not even a 10 rupees, mustard oil packet. So these were not there. So there was no waste. So naturally, the life of the people, as you just heard, within the different clans were governed by a no waste policy. Only that when tourists are coming, let us implement that no waste policy which is available there locally, instead of reinventing one and saying that we need to recycle and reuse. It is only that we need to realize that it is there in our society. So realization is the main thing that we need to take forward when you're doing tourism. Any more questions? The last question we can take, please, from any of you. Yes, over here on the right. This could be the last question, please. Can you have the mic here? Please name yourself, your institution, and your question, please.
Good morning, respected sir, respected ma'am. My name is Gikhabani and I am studying in Northeastern Hills University. So I have two questions to ask in short. So respected sir Pinshailang, if unexplored places become a tourist caving spot, in what ways could their local community benefit from it? And the second question is, if there are no caving institutions in the area, how can we still make sure that the community gains something from it, from caving tourism?
Can you repeat the first question, please?
If unexplored places become a tourist caving spot, in what ways could the local community benefit from it?
The obvious one, yes, financially. But apart from that, exposure in terms, if you talk about caving, I'll tell from the expedition perspective. When we go caving, we explore places, or when we see new caves, the first thing that you do is not that you go caving. You learn about the place, you learn about their heritage, you learn about their culture. So that is how the community are benefiting from us when we go to that place. We get to tell stories to the people that we meet along the way and on our way back home. So that is the first way of exposure that they get. Secondly, we always hire local people. I'm not talking from the tourism point of view. Gerald, that is his field, but from the expedition point of view, because we do 1 month expeditions, hardcore expeditions, not a luxury one though, but we always hire local people, buy local food, use all the local resources, and pay to the local people, and there's no middleman when we do any kind of a deal. And at the end of the day, these people, they get something in return. Maybe we publish in the form of a journal, we publish in the form of a magazine. Like recently, we have 2 people from Meghalaya, Gregory, Warjari, and Sengai from Garo Hills. Both of them, they won the film festival, a movie, they created a documentary. And that is the exposure that they get, which most of the people around the world don't see about Meghalaya, specifically Garo Hills in this case. So that is how they benefited from it. Financially, yes, if you use it as a show cave. But you should mind that if you use it as a show cave, you should have strategies. What are you showing it for? Whether it's for the heritage, whether it's for geology. Because when we talk about cave, it encompasses all subjects, from literature to everything. So it depends on what you want.
So thank you very much. So it was so precisely answered, before we go to you, it was so precisely answered, that, it starts with storytelling. Because every community, every person locally has storytelling. Then it goes on the skills and then the services. So, this is how tourism builds. It starts with storytelling and slowly builds, and it can only happen with the local. It cannot happen with an outsider. So I thought that we will end it, but what happens, it is for the locals and by the locals this session. We have a friend who was just here, who wanted to ask. Is he gone? He's just gone out. Can we have him in? By the time we have Elena, Madam Elena, to ask to the panel, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's not a question, rather a suggestion, because as you know, I'm also in the same field for years now. Like when we talk about sustainability, see, when we go back in history, or my native place, my grandparents, they never used any sustainable. This is a westernized word that has come into our lives. It has been with us within our society from the very beginning. Okay. So now, how to carry on that? Instead of policy making being done in AC rooms, let the community do the policy making. What's best for them? Let's involve the communities. Like I would give an example, like you talk about caves. I talk about Loktak Lake. The person staying just by the lake, he doesn't know. The lake has no value except catching fish. Okay. Now you have to make the community aware that there would be an economic benefit if they practice sustainable tourism or they welcome people from outside. Those things has to be done at the grassroots level before going for any policy making in the state or something. That's my suggestion only for the group. I think Mr. Raj Basu is doing good, working along with all the communities. I mean, it's a very good thing or something very exceptional. So that's why you were called the Gandhi of tourism. So that's why you're given that name. So because it has to be by the people who are getting benefit, involve them in policy making. So I think that would be a better way going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alina ji. So you heard two things, There are two things which were not there in our society, which was never there in the Indian society. One is the talking about sustainability, and the second is talking about stress. Because we never needed those, because those were naturally taken care for within the social norms or the social forms and the life that we had. So, in the lifestyle, in the life and in the thought process, we never had sustainability and stress coming in. It is only with new livelihood processes that are coming in, we need to think about it. So let the community take the ownership and decide how to take it forward, and let all of us sitting in policy making in the offices or at the state or the centers should learn from them, because they are the people who can teach us the sustainable development goals. Because in their village, through their life and lifestyle, they already have achieved more than 13 of the 17 sustainable goals in our country, especially in the Northeast. So this has already been studied and found out. So only that we need to bring that into the practice when we are using tourism as a tool. So I think we should call it an end, because, Sharingji, please, we are ready, because we have a friend who may come from outside and then ask. Yes.
I've been given an opportunity by the organizers to, offer respect to all the panelists who are sitting on the dais. My name is Sring Wange, and I've come from Arunachal Pradesh. I've been in the tourism industry for last 20 years plus, and I really love this gathering here. We have been enjoying this important session since morning. तो एक ताली तो बहुत जोरदार से बनता है सबके लिए. Everybody, please. Thank you very much. तो मैं और ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा कि आप लोग जितने भी students हैं mostly who are into tourism, please take it very seriously, because tourism is the next big thing in Northeast. Okay? And the veterans who are sitting here on the dais, you are all very lucky to listen to them. And please follow them, follow their advice, and let us all, not just Manipur, not just Arunachal, not Nagaland, or not Manipur, or not just Meghalaya. We are all united together, Northeast India. Okay? So we all will take Northeast India tourism to the next level, and you all are the future. So I would just like to offer a small respect to our 5 panelists who are sitting here, and for this I've been given the this one permission by the organizers. I really thank the Indian Express Group, the Financial Express Group, the organizers, and Meghalaya Tourism for this opportunity. A big applause once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharing Wangeji. It is really an honor of you coming all the way from Arunachal and joining us. As before we end, let me tell you, it is ATM, anytime money. So nature over here is your bank, and your skills are your currency. Let's carry you forward with that. Thank you.
I want to add little, Mr. Wangi is also the Vice President of our NEITC, Northeast India Tourism Confederation, and he is the spouse of
Everybody, please stay on stage. We have one more token of appreciation for you. Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President, Indian Express, would like to also present a token of appreciation to you. Thank you, panelists. Mr. Mukesh. Wonderful session, moderating it so well and making it so entertaining. Thank you so much. Okay, just another small session before we break for lunch, and trust me, this is going to be a very entertaining session again, because we have a presentation by Ms. Akanksha Garg, who's the chairperson, Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, Women's Collective, and founder and director of Waxpod Hotels and Resorts. And she's going to be talking on women in adventure tourism. So over to you, Akanksha.
Do we have something? Perfect. Hello, everybody. It's been quite an exciting morning. I'm just going to adjust this. Am I audible? Can you raise your hands? I want the background to see. Great. I want you to ask me questions at the end of the session by raising your hands, so you can't pretend that you haven't heard me. So, you know, this whole day we've been talking about adventure, this whole conclave is about adventure, and I'm here from the national body of adventure tourism, which is recognized by the Ministry of Tourism. We are there in all the states of India, and all our operators not only conduct adventure activities in India, but in all the 7 continents. ATOI was founded in 1994 by 7 people, and today we are 700 plus. And I'm very proud to say that we do have Gerald Duya, who you heard today. He's a co-chef for Northeast, and he is actually based out of Shillong. So Gerald, can you please get up so that everybody can see you? You know, it's great to make associations, it's great to get people together from the same field, but ATOI is very different. It's focused on a couple of things that makes us really special. One is that we are about exploration, and I'm very excited to hear about geotourism today, about cave tourism. We don't have a standard for it right now, but we will be pursuing this and hearing more about this going forward. Safety. Safety is the key thing that everybody has to take into consideration when they are going for an adventure activity. You know, in the last 2 panel discussions we've been talking about, you know, if you're going abroad, it's much easier for you to go for adventure activity when you think of in India, because you don't have the safety guidelines in place. And most of the people, like Rajda just told us, anytime money. They think that this field is exploding, a lot of people are doing this, it's great to get into, let's just get into it, without thinking about the consequences that it brings across to you. So safety plays a very important role, and for this specific reason, HUI has developed 37 national adventure tourism guidelines for the ministry, and these are being implemented, and these are also available online on our website. So in case somebody who's already into adventure, you can go and have a look at what the guidelines are just to get an idea, and in case you want trainings, you can of course reach out to us. You have to have challenge, you have to have passion, you have to believe in excellence. You just can't do something just because it's there, it's a standard. Adventure is about climbing mountains, it's also about climbing hills, it's also about doing the trails which may seem difficult and it may lead you to a destination which you have never been before. So if you are a person who is excited about things differently, exploring, finding something new, come and talk to us. That is what makes you an adventure tour operator or a person who is interested in adventure. Responsible tourism, we've heard these magical words, ecotourism, responsible tourism, sustainable tourism. How many of you know that all of this comes under sustainable tourism? Can I see a show of hands in the back, please? Do you all know this is the same thing? No show of hands, nobody knows this? Okay. So sustainability is the thing that we all need to achieve, and it is done by, of course, being responsible in your work, or by example, by doing ecotourism. Ecotourism was a word that really got trending, I think, 15 years back, Dada? And now that it became responsible tourism, now it's sustainable tourism. So whatever you're doing, ensure that it leaves no trace behind. No trace means no plastic, nothing that damages the environment, nothing that pollutes the water body in that area. We were just having this conversation a few minutes back that, in Ladakh, back in the day, we had dry toilets. And families were going and using that. We never had the issue of water getting polluted. So families would go and drink water from the riverbed and drink it and cook with it. You were not even allowed to spit in that water. Am I right, Dojay? Yeah? You were not even allowed to spit in that water. But today, what are we doing? We do not have protocols in place which ensures where does that water get channeled and routed to. So this is what we come and help you understand when you're part of as a member of HUI. Our mission has always been getting the whole adventure tourism body together. And what we've done for the last few years is we've started a new initiative known as the HUI Women's Collective, where we are striving to get in touch with all the women who want to get into adventure, who want mentorship, who are already in the field of adventure, and they don't have any way of, moving forward. We do understand that the adventure tourism has in the past been a male-dominated field, but today you will see a lot of women coming forward and placing a mark. And how these women help the other guests and other clients is very simple. There are a lot of single women travelers who only want to travel with women companies, they want women guides, they want women drivers, they want women run homestays, and this whole thing comes together, and that's what we're trying to do in this space. We heard a bit earlier in the day about, the satellite camera or the satellite phone or the GPS being a challenge. Yes, it is. Who does the advocacy for this? We do it with the government. We've realized that certain types of star classification, we spoke about standardization earlier, that, okay, we need to have a 5-star, we need to have a 3-star or a 4-star, or, a luxurious accommodation. Who sets these standards for that? The ministry does that. But we in partner with them, and we go and tell them, listen, there's a particular guideline in the ministry handbook which says 2 bottles of 500 ml of plastic water bottle has to be provided in the rooms on a daily basis per individual. So we went back and told them, guys, this is a very fragile location. Let's take that away from the requirement. Let's ensure that we talk about reverse osmosis or filtration. Filtration is a much better method of filtering water than reverse osmosis. You go ahead and do that, and you use the glass water bottles and supply those glass bottles in the room, which get refilled on a daily basis. So what happened in this case? Number one, the hotel or the homestay did not have to worry about how would they manage the waste. Because I know most of you who've come from small villages around, the panchayats or the local communities, they don't have a waste management system in place right now. So that's what we came in, and we went to the government and told them, please remove this as a policy. This in turn helped a lot of hotels. Secondly, for the satellite, we work very closely with the Indian Mountaineering Foundation. And soon we will be letting all of you know that if you are a part of HUI, you can actually rent a satellite phone via the Indian Mountaineering Foundation in association with HUI. So we are actually procuring some handsets and supplying it to them. So it becomes easy for our partners and our clients to go to these areas where there is no communication. And this actually helps you in understanding, if you need any help, if you need any rescue operation and so on. Industry associations. We do have a lot of ATOI members here, but what is interesting is you don't just have to be a tour operator to be a part of it. You can be providing equipment, you can be providing insurance, you can be providing accommodation, or anything that assists in it becoming one team. So what we saw over the years is everybody is giving business to each other within the community. And that is what we want. We want adventure people to know who are the other adventure people in India and come together under one umbrella so that we can help and support each other. And this also goes for you students. If you are looking to get into adventure, you want to go for the guide training, you want to explore a particular location, get in touch with us. We do have an expert in that area who can guide you in going to that area for any kind of internship or any kind of job. Or if that thing is actually right for you, there can be that kind of mentorship provided. International Adventure Tourism Associations. We just don't work on an India model. We take the best practices from abroad. So we are very closely working with ATA, which is the International Adventure Tourism Association. So if they have any policies, we get abreast. Our leadership completely goes and continuously goes for conclaves and meetups, international. Like we just had one in Peru, so they had gone there. Then there was one in Chile. So they want to see what are the practices happening there, and then they come and circulate that information to our membership or whoever's looking for that kind, to do something similar. Standards, we work with BIS. So our safety standards, we are coming up with gender responsive standards because we can see that the world is changing. Back in the day, we used to talk about travel getting booked 6 months in advance, then it became 3 months in advance, then 1 month in advance. And if you're talking about domestic now, it's T-1. The whole landscape has changed. So when you come into that, we're talking about standard organizations coming and telling us what are the protocols that have to be put into play and is this nationally accepted or not. Working with the local communities. This is one of our biggest fortes. As being a part of the adventure community, you cannot do any adventure activity without involving the local community because they are the experts in that area. Today, I'm so proud to hear that all the previous panelists, they have been talking about this again and again and again and again. And I think this is something that you should take back and talk to your families, your friends, and let them know that if you're building a product, you have the technical know-how, you know how the environment is, you know how to, how to help in case of an emergency, who to contact. These are the information you have. An outsider doesn't have that. So it's very important that you upgrade yourself and get that kind of certification for yourself. Private stakeholders, of course, would be all the people who are involved, all the hoteliers and so on. So what are the key initiatives that we've recently done? Most of the operators, since we are spread all over the country, people from South India, from Gujarat, from Central India, they have never ventured to Tawang, to Arunachal. They had a complete mind block for it. So what we did in the last convention was we got approximately 300 plus operators who were interested in adventure. We took them for a whole journey from Guwahati to Tawang, stopping midway, showing what are the different sites. And now that area is going to get promotion in the next 2 or 3 years. And it will help the right kind of clientele to come into the space. This is our biggest and most upselling thing, which is the Responsible Adventure Tourism Guide course. This guide course, we do it for 3 days and for 5 days. If you just want a basic CPR and how to be a guide, 3-day course. But if you want to be a more aggressive, you're going to the right into the wilderness. You don't know, you know that you will not get any kind of medicine there. You will not get any kind of band-aid or any kind of machine or instrument available. How do you save somebody? How do you help somebody in that difficult position? We do that course. We need minimum 40 people, so if for today, if all you students come together, you tell ATR, you tell Gerald that, listen, we need to organize this. We can speak to the government and organize this in your university as well. It will make you certificate ready right after college for employment. Webinars, okay, we keep on updating our industry for webinars, activities, and so on. And this is our ATR Women's Collective. You can see me, that's Ajita from South India. We have Shelja, and we have the founder, President Arsh. So the whole idea, like I mentioned before, we are completely looking at getting women involved. So in case you know of somebody who is a woman adventure traveler, who is in this business, please tell us about it. We would love to reach out to them. Arsh runs a company. She's now started doing outbound to Finland, to Svalbard. You know, she also does explorations within India, wherever there are adventure activities. I run wildlife resorts in Sundarban Dwas, Pench and Kana, and they are all sustainable, eco-conscious properties. Ajita does adventure races. So I don't know if many of you know here, you do adventure races where you go to a mountain, you drive, you hike, you cycle. She does those, and she also trains you on ground. So she's an expert on the sound. Simran leads international tours to adventure locations. Devika is a media partner, and she ensures that whatever the good work we are doing, it reaches out to the whole adventure community and to the travel trade community. Sejal, she's based out of Gujarat. She's actually involved in building climbing walls. And if you know Statue of Unity, how many of you know about Statue of Unity? Okay, only one hand. It's the largest statue now. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Okay, read about Statue of Unity. So whatever the adventure activities are being done in the Statue of Unity, our team went there and gave them the local know-how, how to go about it, how to build it, what are the safety protocols required, and how they should develop it. And then, of course, we have Guneet, one of the brilliant explorers. She treks to all the unknown places, all the unknown peaks. She's actually been quite responsible in finding some new trekking routes. So that's what we're looking for, people who are really, really excited. What we also did was, we realized that just because we don't talk about it, people don't know about it. Gender sensitization has been a very big issue when we are promoting travel. You may notice there's a news about this girl got raped, this girl got kidnapped, this girl got touched in an inappropriate manner. Because people are not aware about it, they're not talking about it. So we did an online webinar where we got 2 experts, and we actually spoke about what are the right do's and don'ts. How do you handle women guests? It's quite different compared to men travelers. There are certain more requirements that you have to cater to, and that's where we again come in. And then we did something more interesting. We all know about ChatGPT. Is ChatGPT replacing us? No, it's not. It's not replacing you. It just tells you that today you need to be proficient in using AI. And that's what we did. We went online, we got the whole travel trade body, we gave them a 1-hour workshop. These are the apps, these are how you use it, and start working on it. We will do a follow-up on each and every app. Like, I don't know if you've heard about Jansatta, you've heard about Perplexity. Has anybody heard about that? Okay, one hand. Anybody in the back? Nobody's heard about Jansatta, raise your hand. Okay. Your students, this is the right time. You have clean minds. Start using these apps. This is what is going to help you in promoting your location. You will get amazing presentations, amazing data available very quickly to you. So we're doing things like this. Then what we have also done is we are not only a Delhi-based organization. We have realized that each and every area that needs to develop has to have a separate person who's responsible for it. So in the north we have Paras, then we've got Arvind, who is a brilliant rafter. He's actually gone for quite a few rescue missions. If you've ever heard about the Kerala floods happening, you've heard about the Bangalore floods, these were the guys who went there for the rescue missions. Then you have Milind from Western India, you have Yog, who's based out of Madhya Pradesh, you have Amit Periwal, who's based out of Siliguri, you have Saikat, who's based out of Darjeeling, and then We have our very own Okentayang, who's based out of Arunachal, Gerald from Shillong, and then we have, so you can see we already have a separate Northeast chapter because we realize that this is an important location to promote. And in South, we have Shekhar Babu and Shrikant. Now, Shekhar Babu was actually responsible in training the first and the youngest girl to ever climb the Mount Everest. I don't know how many of you are aware, there's a whole movie made on her. So this is what the people in the committee are doing. They're building and bringing forth change. So what we are looking for over here, we are looking forward to you guys coming up with ideas, new adventure locations, things that we can build on, new policies that we can build on. You can directly reach out to Gerald, who is our local co-chair here, tell him about it. Then we can completely, circulate that data with the state. Secondly, what we are also looking at is increasing the safety workshops here, the CPR trainings, the guide trainings, so on. Currently, we've done all our courses in Uttarakhand, Delhi, Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Arunachal Pradesh. And we are looking forward to doing this course here in Meghalaya soon, and we would like your support in that. Like I mentioned, basic wilderness first aid, CPR, and so on. This is just a quick image of how our trainings are done. It's not that you're sitting on the table and reading and writing. It means you're learning hands-on. From everything, from every knot, from a safety knot, to how do you do a splinting, how do you do a CPR, you learn it, everything on hands. And that's why we have a team of 11 to 12 people who come down to do this, and it's actually a very good certification to have. So this I've already spoken about. This is another thing. How many of you know that you need insurance for doing adventure activities? 2. Do you know you should get insurance for doing adventure activities? 3? Yeah. Who's gonna take the care? Who's gonna take care of the risk, the payment? So there are companies providing insurance for adventure companies. It's very, very important, and that's why we went online and we educated all our members about it. How do you go about it? What are the trends? Because all of you must have seen that the tourist numbers have not been the same as it was right after the pandemic year. After the pandemic year, there were hundreds and thousands of tourists. But right now, the numbers have dipped a bit. Why is that? So we spoke about that. Just to let you all know, the main reason is, we all want 5-star accommodation, but it has to be value for money. It can't be that you're just spending X amount of money and it's not going to the local community and it's going to the organization's pocket. It has to make financial sense. So if anybody is interested, you can reach out to me. Can all the ATOI members please stand up? Yeah, thank you. We have, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ATOI members here. Please feel free to reach out to them, speak to them after lunch or during lunch, understand what we do, and please give us any ideas that you need. And in case you want to become an individual or professional membership, we are there for you. Thank you so much, and I'm available for any questions right now. Do you have any questions? Back row? Boys? Girls? Yeah, Raza. Yeah.
Akanksha ji, can we request ATOI to have a student membership also, because it's very important, because people who are pursuing with their professional studies in tourism, though adventure is not a part of their regular studies,
right,
but so that they get attracted into that, if you can, float a, student membership under ATOI, that will be very important and very useful. It's just a suggestion.
Thank you so much. I will definitely look into that.
Hi.
Hi.
So since you're the chairperson of the AWC, and we have Gerald here also, during that discussion, I just recall back that you talk about the SOPs, safety measures, isn't it? So you have all the 15, 7 and 7 adventure from the ATOI, And you also talk about the SOPs for caving. I think that is what Gerald said on the panel. So my question is that, whom do you consult and what is your baseline when you make the SOPs?
So it's very interesting, very good question that you've asked me. So when you make a SOP, it's not an overnight practice. What we do is you will submit the SOP to the HEI office. There will be a team that will be constituted of the experts in caving, in hiking, in flooding. Because see, one of the main things in caving is you can get stuck if there's a lot of rainwater. You can be inside flooding. How do you do the operation? So there will be a team constituted of 10 to 12 people. They will overlook the SOPs. They will compare them to international standards, if they are. And if there aren't any international standards, we will speak to you and understand what are the challenges. We will take you through the whole list. Because see, there's one SOP which we have for hiking. One is you're going inside a cave. It's a dark area, right? Temperature can change. You can slip and fall and hurt. So there are different things that have to be taken into account. And then after it's not overnight, it takes a couple of months, and then it gets formed. Please. Are they? They will get the expert knowledge from the cavers. So for example, we will reach out in Thailand. Thailand is very big in caving. We will speak to other experts in around the world. I personally did not know caving was happening in India. So I'm quite excited
I'll just add to what you answered, or what you questioned. So recently when I was in talk with the EC members for this policy for the SOPs, we've decided to, like you said, mention the Thai Cave community and also the UKCA, UK Caving Association. So we will be writing to them to consult, and similarly keeping in mind the local cavers as well will be consulted.
I'm so happy to see a lady there.
I think I must be the only lady in the Adventure Tour Operator Association from Northeast. I'm not sure, I'm just guessing. See, I just wanted to ask, like this AWC, like once I become a member of Adventure Tourism Association, do I automatically become a member of AWC, or do I have to, because I don't know, because you must not be knowing that I am here as a lady member, that's what.
So as a HUI member, you must have got an email to come and meet us today, for example. We have a list of AWC members, and there was an email that I had sent across a couple of weeks back that please, it's a spotlight on women that we are doing. That if you are a woman HUI member, number one, you will automatically become a member of AWC once you become a HUI member. Number two, we had sent out an email that if you are a HUI women member, please send us your company details, your profile picture, and what are you doing? So then we share with the media that there are women people, members who are active within the association. So that is how we help you come in the forefront.
And one more question, like is AWC doing or planning in near future to do something Northeast specific for women adventurers or adventure activities and all?
So AWC is all about, first right now what we are currently doing, since this is just 2 years in the association. Currently we're gathering all the data of all the women operators. The idea is to build that base, get them together. So for example, if there is another company, like Arsh is running a company, Simran is running a company, they're all women operators, Guneet is running a company, she will prefer you to the other number of people in terms of operations. So that's a direct benefit. Number two is, you also come into the limelight as being a woman operator. And what we also help you with is getting the details, the gender responsive guidelines, which means how do you manage a woman-on-woman kind of a tour? Because right now, which nobody speaks about, but LGBTQAI++ is a very big market and is expanding all over India. And we are working on those guidelines. We are actually sensitizing these gender responsive guidelines right now. It's going to take us another year or two to finish them because it's really, really detailed. But we will reach out to all our ATOI members to let them know that this is how you need to cater to this client. Because they have the money to spend. They are willing to go with their partners to remote locations. But at the end of the day, it's about the culture of the home, of the location. Will they be able to accept those kind of clients? So it is a challenging thing that we are working on. But for now, the women guidelines are ready and we are very happy to share it with you. Yeah.
It's very interesting and very nice that she has, put across the world whether any other adventure activity is going to happen in Northeast. So I've been in this Tour Operator Association of India, a member for last, I think, more than 20 years plus. And the adventure, this tourism bout which was held in Tawang.
Right. Last question.
Hello, yeah. That has really attracted a lot of adventure tour operators to Northeast India, especially Arunachal Pradesh. So I would like to ask all the students here, especially those who are interested in adventure tourism, please come to Arunachal Pradesh. We have a very big institute there. And also, my wife is a Guinness World Record holder in, adventure. She is a, 5 times Mount Everest summiter. And also she is a Padma Shri awardee. So we have all.
Anybody knows the name of this girl?
Anshu Jamsanpa. Yeah, Anshu Jamsanpa. So you all can be another Anshu Jamsanpa from Northeast, okay? So please come to Arunachal Pradesh. We are there. We have also trained more than 2,500 interns in tourism. So if you are planning to go for internship, you don't need to go to Delhi, Bombay, come to Arunachal Pradesh. We are there, okay? And thank you, ATIOI, for bringing this opportunity to Northeast India. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the members and everybody here for hearing us out. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Akanksha. And just take a minute of your time because I need to give you some very specific directions now. Do all of you in this room know which direction is northeast from here? Show of hands, point in the direction. Yeah, that direction. Yes, and that's the direction in which lunch will also be served. So that's where lunch is, and we will come back after 45 minutes. In the meantime, I also want to tell you to register as well because we'll be sending you your certificates. So all of you can also register at the reception, and you can head this way for lunch. Thank you. We'll meet back in 45 minutes. Head this way. To my right, or compass direction northeast.
Haidani dangea Romero oro choka Chapada reng de toka Titing nong peng nong toka Hai kiถึง nong boda Hai jappa de boda da reng de thoka thi thing nong pheng nong thoka hai khi thing nong boda hai japha de boda
We forge our future on the foundation of our roots, our old wisdom. In the forested slopes of southern Meghalaya, the people are keeping alive a unique and centuries-old engineering tradition to commute across some of the most rugged terrains in the world.
Kedai ka jingking jri jongi kinong war sini bangi perunkam ke banyat banjeng kilom kiwa kiret kilho te lengbai nei sembak berit kami kini ki deng jri bani saya ke deng jri lengbai ni thit berit kanne ki sebo ang kiset hadin sapo san posnam ki sami kita ki thit bah bagi belong banyat ki seong ki jingking jri.
The Ficus elastica is a towering giant of these forests and can grow dozens of meters tall. The bridge weavers ingeniously manipulate the aerial roots of the tree to grow into bridges that help people negotiate strong currents, insurmountable crevices, and raging waterfalls. For many generations, living root bridges formed part of networks of forest trails that the mountain people used to take their wares to the plains markets.
Kini ka deka start kepada spak senam ba long sha man sha jangi ladon ke jangai ba ki long din man din ke ya ban pan kam ban persuk ki ban yai na ka we jikas ko ipat kham tam ha ba ki lej shabri shalangkha baru kham tam ba ki lej shakiyew bi hat.
The bridges are a long-term dedication built to serve present as well as future generations as they take years to develop. Members of the village come together at specific times of the year, taking up the role of architect, designer, engineer, and retrofitter. as we seek meaning and solace in a complex world, it is time to go back to the roots. Find peace in these beautiful wonders of living architecture. Meghalaya welcomes you. We forge our future on the foundation of our roots, our old wisdom.
Nganlet syari seorah, ban kiu syakilum. Kari utiu sokha, utiu pawang lung. Kari jangka simping, kari ukaitor. Kari ke junction rang, kari ke akor.
Kini gi kenyang ki bangiri ni kini ki rendia nadu dan tangiri ki kini iki kumba long kumba si ying si sam ngiri ni sumari ki kumbi kunlong ni buram hai kini ki jat kenyang bangiri namarba ki ba ayengi ban yo kita ki jat jan ki bangitam. Nadu ndai ni tip don tawe briu balat temen uba tip bandri uneu kunyang baong ba uhap uneu kokun sepo pilajong sami upsai.
The journey of the reindeer from the cocoon to the loom is fascinating. The techniques have barely changed over time. A lot of the work is done by hand. The dyes are sourced from local plants and ingredients, resulting in unique hues and tones.
Kirong kimde ki basah hidu kata kata namar ngi pendon kam natural bek. Ngi pendon kam tang degi senep deng, ki thiet deng, ki sela, bat kini kirong ki bangi yo ke nakamariang.
The clapping rhythm of traditional looms continue daily in Umden and the surrounding cluster of silk villages, just like they have for generations.
Mangi shani ki than boy shani than den jingi ni da than ni da thier ni da shit rong ni da rio nyar dia ban penne ban sa ya kare ti du stur ka baw long shwa man shwa jingi la ju hikay yangi ki kemi temen jingi ki hikay yangi bat mangi ki khun man tan ni sayo pateng ya kane ka kam bat ni da nang ban le ya ka kumbang ni la le man ta.
Eri silk is not only about traditional motifs and designs. Inspired by the qualities of the fabric, the sustainable techniques, and the cultural value, local designers are creating a niche for Meghalaya's reindeer in modern fashion.
This is one of our Jansatta, and this is made with this modern motifs, which is not very traditional. So nowadays people like to go with more contemporary designs. Yeah, so which one would you like to try? Yeah, this is a palazzo.
I love this. It's very beautiful, very chic. Yeah. I couldn't believe I would find this in Meghalaya.
Yeah.
So light on the skin.
Yes, it is.
Adventure and discovery lie in every corner of this district as we sought a rustic getaway. While there was also rejuvenation and relaxation in its beautiful resorts. Silk is a rare treasure, a cultural icon and a fashion statement. Take home this piece of Meghalaya, pure, versatile and rich.
as tourists, as people who want to go into a cave, they should know certain precautions. One of them is when they enter the cave, they have to be very careful. They should be fit, know what to expect inside a cave, and try to avoid touching or destroying of formations. Now, exploring a cave is a thrilling experience because you're going into the unknown in darkness and the obstacles that one encounters.
It's extremely exhilarating to step into unknown territory, to step into places that have never been stepped by any human being before.
The International Commission for Stratigraphy, which is responsible for naming periods in Earth history into eons and ages and eras and epochs, they decided that the period from 4,200 years ago to the present age should have a particular name. Finally, after a lot of heated debate, they arrived at Meghalaya age. Now why? It's just because the data, the history that is revealed from the stalagmite derived from this cave, chemical signature on the rock was very distinct. That is why they had practically no alternative but to name this age of 4,200 years ago till the present age as Meghalaya age.
Kiba ayangi ban yo kita ki jan kiba ngitam. Nado ndai tip don tawe briu balat temen. Uba tip bandri une kunyang baong ba. Uhap une kokun sepo. Pilajong sami uksai.
The journey of the reindeer from the cocoon to the loom is fascinating. The techniques have barely changed over time. A lot of the work is done by hand. The dyes are sourced from local plants and ingredients, resulting in unique hues and tones.
Kirong kimde ki basah hidu kata kata namar ngi pendon kam natural bek. Ngi pendon kam tang degi senep deng, ki thiet deng, ki sela, bat kini kirong ki bangi yo ke nakamariang.
The clapping rhythm of traditional looms continue daily in Umden and the surrounding cluster of silk villages, just like they have for generations.
Mangi shani ki than boy shani than den jingi ni da than ni da thier ni da shit rong ni da rio nyar dia ban penne ban sa ya kare ti du stur ka baw long shwa man shwa jingi lo ju hikaya ngi ki kemi temen jingi ki hikaya ngi bat mangi ki khun man tangi sayo pateng ya kane ka kam bat ni da nang ban le ya ka kumba ngi la le man ta.
Eri silk is not only about traditional motifs and designs. Inspired by the qualities of the fabric, the sustainable techniques, and the cultural value, local designers are creating a niche for Meghalaya's reindeer in modern fashion.
This is one of our Jansatta, and this is made with this modern motifs, which is not very traditional. So nowadays people like to go with more contemporary designs. Yeah, so which one would you like to try? Yeah, this is a palazzo.
I love this. It's very beautiful, very chic. I couldn't believe I would find this in Meghalaya.
Yeah.
So light on the skin.
Yes, it is.
Adventure and discovery lie in every corner of this district as we sought a rustic getaway. While there was also rejuvenation and relaxation in its beautiful resorts. Kashmiri silk is a rare treasure, a cultural icon and a fashion statement. Take home this piece of Meghalaya, pure, versatile and rich.
mangi shani ki thani boy shani thani den jingi ni da thani ni da thir ni da shit rong ni da rio khnyar ndia ban penne pan sa ya kare ti du stur ga baw long shwa man shwa jingi lo ju hi kai ni kemi temen jingi ki hi kai ni bat mangi ki khun man tan ni sayo pateng ya kane ka kam bat ni da nang ban ne ya ka kumbang ni la le man ta
Just request everyone to be seated. We'll be starting soon.
start in 2 minutes. Everyone please settle down. All those having lunch, please come back into the room. We have a very interesting session ahead, starting with some folk music. So please, everyone, please come in and settle down. In the next 2 minutes, we'll start.
Check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Sick.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Sick.
Check.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. I hope you had a good lunch break. And after Khana, it is now Ghana. We have a very interesting session after this, post-lunch, from the talented folks from Meghalaya. And we'll follow that with a couple of more sessions, which promise to be very interesting. We also have a showcase of photographs by Mr. Sujay Das coming up after this. And then a discussion on how to promote sustainable tourism, adventure tourism. We were just talking over lunch also about the use of plastic bottles and all of that, how we can tackle that. So all that is coming up. Right now, welcome back, and I'm going to hand it over to this talented music troupe to entertain you right now.
Hello, check.
Exhilarating performance, and thanks for setting the tone after lunch. I think we all needed that. Wonderful audio rendition from the very talented Meghalaya-based folk singers. Now moving on, we have a very interesting visual treat lined up for you, and this one is called Mountain Moments, Photographs from the Himalayas, by acclaimed photographer and mountaineer Mr. Sujoy Das, who is the founder of South Call Expeditions. May we have a big round of applause for him, please. Sujoy, over to you.
Good afternoon, friends. A very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. At the very outset, I would like to thank the Indian Express Group, Financial Express, Meghalaya Tourism, and the entire team for giving me this opportunity of making this presentation to all of you today. Thank you very much, the entire team, and for this wonderful event. So it's always great to be back in the mountains, and it was great to fly into Meghalaya this morning. When I landed, the weather was beautiful, it was green, and it was actually a feast for the eyes. So, sorry, the presentation has moved up, yeah. So my presentation today is called Mountain Moments, Photographs from the Himalaya. South Call Expeditions, I'll just touch on it, is a very small company. You can almost say that it's a one-man company. And it does treks, climbs, and photography trips and workshops, mainly in the Himalaya, which includes places like Africa, Kilimanjaro, Mount Meru, Kenya, and so on, and the Indian Himalaya, Nepal, and Bhutan. So this photograph, the opening photograph of the presentation, is in fact shot in Nepal. It's shot in an area called Solukhumbu, which is the home of the Sherpas. And the moon is in fact coming up as the sun has gone down. It's dusk. The mountain on the right, the shapely spire, is called Amadablam, 6852 meters, one of the most spectacular mountains of the Khumbu. And the first peak on the left here with the cloud on top of it is Everest. And next to that is Mount Lhotse. So we'll start with Ladakh and Zanskar because that is an area which we visit very often. And this photograph shows the village of Photosur in Zanskar. So to give you a background, Photosur was on a very popular trek in Ladakh called the Across Zanskar Trek. That trek used to start around the monastery of Lamayuru, cross 7 passes, come to the capital of Zanskar, Padam, and then if you had the inclination and the drive, you could proceed beyond Padam to Phuktal, and then cross the Shingola and end up in Darcha. So it was one of the signature treks of Ladakh. It was a 21-day trek. We did this trek almost 15 years ago. But unfortunately now, like many parts of the Himalaya, the entire trek has been impacted by roads. There are multiple roads coming into Zanskar. One road follows the Zanskar River, which has in fact killed the Chadda trek, which used to be a very famous trek in Ladakh. And there is another road which goes across these passes and comes and ends up in Padam. So there's a lot of, what will I say, jeep tourism now in Ladakh, more than I think trekking tourism. So if you fly into Leh on the Delhi to Leh flight on an early morning, look at your left side, you will see this spectacular view of the glaciers and the mountain ranges behind, extending all the way to the Karakoram. And I've been doing this flight every year for almost 20 years. But recently I've been observing that all these glaciers which you see, which are packed with snow, have now no more snow. Most of them are rock, most of them are rubble, and thanks to the problems of global warming, climate change, and general overheating of the planet, we are left with very little snow. And that is really unfortunate. So Markha remains the most popular trek of Ladakh. If you ask anybody, one trek which you want to do in Ladakh, they will say you do Markha. So this is in fact on one of our Markha treks. We do Markha quite often, even though that trek is also impacted now by roads. So this is the Markha campsite, and you can see the moon which is rising above the monastery. You can just see the shadow of the monastery at the back. This is also on the Markha trek. So if you're there in summer, in the months of July and August, you would find the Markha village with these beautiful mustard fields. and the trails going on to Umlung. And the Marka trek actually culminates in a pass called the Kongmarula. So this is in fact my trekking group approaching the pass of Kongmarula. And behind the mountain which you see is Kangyatse. So there are two Kangyatses. The peak on the right, I don't have a pointer so I can't point, but the peak on the right is actually Kangyatse 2, which is now a very popular trekking peak. I think some of you may know that the most popular trekking peak of Ladakh was Stok Kangri, and that had the maximum climbs. But sometime around, I think, 2018 or 19, Stok Kangri was closed. The villagers of Stok village said they did not want Stok Kangri to be open anymore because of the degradation of the environment. So they closed Stok Kangri in 2018, and it's been closed since. So sadly, after Stok was closed, Kangyatse 2 replaced Stok as the peak which everybody climbed. So now if you go to the Kangyatse 2 base camp in summer, you would possibly find maybe 200, 300 climbers there. So I'm not sure if if Kangyatse 2 is becoming another Stok Kangri, and the Ladakh Association may think of doing something there itself. So this is another signature location of Ladakh, So Moriri. There is again a trek which comes to So Moriri. It crosses from a village called Rumse through another lake called Sokar, and then it comes to So Moriri. It's about a 5-6 day trek, but you can also drive to So Moriri. There's a jeepable road which takes 5-6 hours, and from Leh you can hit So Moriri. So this is a picture taken almost at the end of the season. I was there once in mid-October, and that is the reason why the grass is almost turning brown. The Pashmina goats and the sheep are being sent out to the pasture to graze. The lake So Moriri, and behind it is two peaks of that region, Chamser Kangri and Lungser Kangri. So this is another trek in Ladakh which has not been impacted by roads. It's called the Phiang to Hunda trek, which goes from the valley of the Indus, crosses the Lazarmola Pass and enters the Nubra Valley. And you come back by driving across from Khardungla. So this is some of my group descending on the other side. We've crossed the Lazarmola, and when you descend on the Nubra side, there's a big glaciated ice field which you need to navigate, and you need to go down. It's still a very spectacular trek, and it's still worth doing. So now we come to Spiti. Spiti borders Ladakh. It's also part of the Trans-Himalaya, both Lahul and Spiti. So this is near Kaza. This is the Spiti River, which carves a riverbed like this near the town of Kaza. And there are some yaks and sheep which are grazing at the bottom next to the river. So Spiti also had a trek which was known as the Spiti Left Bank Trek, which went from the village of Langza, which is above Kaza, at about 13,000 feet. It traveled through Komik, the village of Komik. Komik is famous because it has the highest post office. It traveled through the village of Komik, Demul, Lalung, and then came to Dhankar. So we did this trek again some years back, but again there is a road now, so you can drive a jeep through most of this trek. And this is a view before reaching Demul. The sheep are being grazed on the pastures in the month of October. So blue sheep is the main prey of the snow leopard, and most of the high Himalayan area sees a good population of blue sheep. This was in Spiti as well. So though I've seen a lot of blue sheep on all my treks, unfortunately I've never seen the snow leopard. I've seen pug marks in the snow and so on. But now if you go to Ladakh and Spiti in February or March, there are specific snow leopard tours. You can join somebody, like there are experienced trackers in Ladakh and in Spiti who run snow leopard tours. So you have a good chance of seeing the snow leopard. We now come closer to home. We come to the Sikkim Himalaya. And Sikkim is the home of a mountain which is very close to my heart, Kanchenjunga. Kanchenjunga is the third highest mountain in the world. And it's also the guardian deity of the Sikkimese people who worship Kanchenjunga. And for all of us who live in Darjeeling, we always think of looking out and at that great view of Kanchenjunga. But this is not actually a view of Kanchenjunga. This is a view on the extreme corner of the North Sikkim Plateau, where there is a lake called Cholamu. Cholamu is supposed to be the source of the Tista River. And above Cholamu, there is a high viewpoint called Dorjila, which is manned by the Indian Army because they can see into Tibet from that high viewpoint. So this was a sunset view from Dorjila. It's extremely spectacular, but difficult to reach. So there is a trek in North Sikkim, which is known as the Green Lakes Trek, and it follows the valley of the Zemu Glacier. and it comes to the northeast base camp of Kanchenjunga, which is known as Green Lakes. And on that trek, you have a very spectacular mountain, which is not very high. It's 6,852 meters, called Sinyolchu. So this is a view of Sinyolchu from a camp, one camp short of Green Lakes, called Rest Camp. You can see some of my trekkers who've stepped out into the sun because it's a cold camp. So they wanted the early morning sunlight, and they could see the spectacular view of Sinyolchu as well as the glacier. And in 1899, a British explorer by the name of Douglas Freshfield, along with an Italian very famous photographer by the name of Vittorio Sella, did a circuit of Kanchenjunga, which was later made into a book called Round Kanchenjunga. And Freshfield saw this mountain for the first time, and he wrote in his book that Sinyolchu was the most superb triumph of mountain architecture and the most beautiful snow mountain in the world. It's really a spectacular peak. So Sikkim is famous for flowers. Rhododendrons would be the flower which everybody would go to see in Sikkim. If you go to North Sikkim or if you go to West Sikkim, Zongri area, in April, May, you will see a lot of rhododendrons. But this picture is of primulas, taken in June, just as the monsoon was about to break. And it's below another high pass called Lonakla. The Lonakla Pass travels from Lachen to Thangu and then swings west. And it enters a valley called Lonak, which has a headquarters called Muguthang, also a very remote area of Sikkim. But these primulas are quite spectacular. And after taking this picture, in fact, I've been looking for primulas like this all over the Himalaya. I've seen primulas, but I've not seen primulas like this. They were enormous, they were huge, and they were actually perfect. So Sikkim, as everyone knows, is very rich in forests. It's, other than flowers, the forest, the vegetation is very rich. So on the Green Lakes trail, we actually go through a forest on the second day. And this was one of the photographs I took. I'm not a botanist, so I'm not sure what it is. It was like tendrils coming out of a tree, and then you have this reddish bark of a tree, which also looks very spectacular. So in May 1987, I visited the Green Lakes Base Camp, where there was an expedition led by Assam Rifles. Assam Rifles had taken an expedition to climb Kanchenjunga. The peak at the back, where the snow is sort of flying off, is actually Kanchenjunga, and that is the north-east spur of Kanchenjunga. So the gentleman on the right with the binoculars is the leader of the expedition, Major General Kukrethi. So he asked me that, why don't we climb up 300-400 meters so that we'll get a view of the mountain and we can see my climbers, what they're doing. So this is where we came up. We climbed about 300-400 meters above the base camp, which is below, and we sat here and he was scanning the mountain. But the reason why I'm showing you this picture is actually to show you the Zemu Glacier. If you look at the Zemu Glacier, which is descending from Kanchenjunga, the entire Zemu Glacier this is in 1987. The entire Zemu Glacier in 1987 is packed with snow. There's hardly any rock, there's hardly any rubble, and even the ridges above have got snow. But I'll show you another picture soon to follow this, and then you will see. So I went back in 2014 with a trekking group to the same area. I went to Green Lakes, and I stood where the Green Lake was. My photograph on the left was the 1987 photograph of the Green Lake, and you can see Kanchenjunga was reflected in the Green Lake. And I went back in 2014. The angle is almost the same. I didn't have my earlier picture, so I couldn't compare, but if you look closely, the angle is almost the same, and there is no more Green Lake. The Green Lake, thanks to lack of snow, thanks to global warming, thanks to climate change, has vanished, and there is this rock bed which is there in front of the mountain. So this is actually living proof, which I have seen, that how climate change has actually impacted us. This water section on the right should have been water, but there is actually no more water left. It's extremely tragic. So we now come to an area which is very close to my heart. It borders India to the north, the Nepal Himalaya. And as many of you will know, Nepal has 8 of the 14 8,000-meter peaks. And Nepal is a major destination for climbers, trekkers all over the world. So this is one of the so-called smaller peaks of Nepal, Cholatse, 6,440 meters. It's in the Everest region, part of the Everest trek. And one of the trekkers, I think, is heading up to take a photograph. So Annapurna area is another very major trekking area in Nepal, the Annapurna base camp, the Annapurna circuit. And this is the south wall of Annapurna 1. This is an 8,000-meter peak, one of the 14 8,000-meter peaks from the base camp, which is 4,050 meters. So in fact, you're looking up at about 4,000 meters of sheer mountain wall, which is like a vertical mountain wall in front of you. And this wall of Annapurna 1, was first climbed in 1970 by a British expedition led by Sir Chris Bonington. It was a landmark climb because such big walls had never been climbed before. And Bonington went on later in 75 to climb the southwest face of Everest. It's 50 years of that expedition now. And so the British made 2 landmark climbs which changed the face of big wall climbing. This is again from the Annapurna base camp on another trip. There was a huge amount of snow that year. In those days, it used to snow a lot in the Himalayas as compared to now when we hardly get any snow. And this was our camp, in fact. And I came out in the morning, the snow had stopped. It was early morning, the moon is setting. And I think one of us have put on a light in the tent. And this mountain is Hyunchuli. It's one of the smaller peaks of the Annapurna sanctuary. So if you're in the Himalaya in winter, you have a good chance of seeing the Milky Way because you need very clear atmosphere. The atmosphere needs to be very clear. So this is in the Annapurna region in a location called Poon Hill. Poon Hill is also a very popular trekking destination. It's about 3,000 meters. It's reached in about 2 or 3 days from Pokhara. It's not a very difficult walk, so everybody can aspire to reach Poon Hill. And if you're there in the evening and it's clear like this, you will see the Milky Way like this with Dhaulagiri, one of the 8,000 meter peaks in front of you. So Everest Base Camp is on the bucket list of all trekkers. Everybody wants to go to Everest Base Camp, like all climbers wish to climb Everest. But other than Everest Base Camp, there are some other treks in the Everest region. Like one of them is a very difficult trek called the 3 Passes trek. And this is one of those 3 passes called Chola, which is 5,420 meters. And my group has in fact just crossed the Chola and is coming down onto the other side. But this is a glaciated ice field. And in bad weather, like the snow which Nepal had recently, it can be a very risky and difficult crossing. And I've attempted Chola 3 times, and this was the 3rd time when I was successful, because the other 2 times, due to bad weather, snowfall, we had to bring the group back, mainly because of safety reasons. We could not take a risk of getting them across and getting stranded and then, having a major crisis on our hands. So this is one of the other passes of the Everest region called Renjola, and it starts from a village called Gokyo, where there are 5 high-altitude lakes. One of our trekkers is about to cross actually where the mist is, you have a lake below that, which you cannot see. And he's heading up, actually, and the peak in the back is Cholatse, and on the right is Teboche. It's also a very spectacular location. So this is also in the Everest region. The peak you see here is Lobuche East. So Nepal has a designation of peaks which they call trekking peaks. These are so-called smaller peaks, around 6,000 meters in height. But the word trekking is actually a misnomer because they are not trekking peaks. They are basically mountaineering peaks of a smaller height. So this is our base camp of Lobuche East. You can see our tents here, and some of our trekkers are heading to the base camp. It's quite a steep push from here to the top of Lobuche East. So I just included this picture to give some variation from mountains. Sometimes when we are in the mountains, we are always focused on the big things. We want to see big peaks, big sunrises, big sunsets, and we always look for that. So, things which are near us, like in the water or in a stream or a leaf in the forest or a plant, we normally miss out. So on one year we were walking and it started snowing, and then the snow stopped and these ice crystals had formed in the river, and part of the twigs of a branch had actually got iced over like this. It was very interesting to see and very spectacular as well. So if you're in the Himalaya anytime, look at the smaller things as well. Don't just stick to the big mountains. So culturally, the Himalaya is very rich. I don't have enough time in this presentation to get into that in detail, so I've just shown you 2 pictures. On the left is a skeleton dancer in Sikkim. It's an Enche monastery. In Sikkim, like in Ladakh and in Spiti and in Nepal and Bhutan, you have what they call the mass dances, where on auspicious days like Losar and Lusong in the monasteries, they dance these spectacular dances. So this was in Enche many years back. And on the right, this is what is known as an Agni Puja as part of a festival called Dumji. Dumji is a Sherpa festival. It takes place in the Solokhumbu in the monsoon. It's a 4 or 5 day festival. And on the last day of the festival, they have this Agni Puja, where they light this massive fire. And this is the head monk or lama of the monastery who is actually praying to the gods. He prays actually to Guru Padmasambhava. That is the festival to Guru Padmasambhava for prosperity and good health and so on. So, as I said, winter is a good time to be in the Himalaya if you can put up with the cold. And this is, again, Everest region, a mountain, a neighbor of Everest called Nuptse, 7861 meters, reflected in a small lake. Winter, you get good sunsets like this. So if you can brave the cold, winter is a good time to actually go. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. I will show you 2 videos after this. So I just wanted to sum up in this presentation, what my thoughts are. So for the last 35 years, I've been in the Himalaya. I've spent most of my time there. And I think it's always been a search for the right light. Light, obviously, because without light, it's very difficult to get a photograph. The right time of the day also. Like, you need to be there when the light is in the right place. You need to be there at the right moment when something is happening. And you need to try to convert an ordinary moment into an extraordinary moment. So that has basically been my philosophy, both photography and mountains, for the Himalaya. Can we have the video? So there are 2 videos. The first one is on Ladakh, and the second one is on Kalapattar, which shows the view from a viewpoint. So this one is on Ladakh. It's self-explanatory. August 18th, 2023, and I'm on top of the Kongmarula, 5,260 meters on the Marka Valley trek. And as usual, it's a splendid view. The peaks in front are Jozongo West and Jozongo East, and a little further down, sticking out at the back, is Kangyatse 3, then Kangyatse 1, and the long knife-edged serrated ridge between Kangyatse 1 and Kangyatse 2. And finally, Kangyatse 2, the peak on the right, which is an off-climb trekking peak, carry you further down towards the ranges of Zanskar and the rest of Ladakh. It's a wonderful day, and going behind me, the hills and valleys of Ladakh and the way we go down today to Chokdo. So this was a live sound recording. It hasn't been edited. I mean, whatever I spoke is what you're hearing. That's why there's a lot of wind. You have the second video, please. 29th November 2022, 3:40 p.m. in the afternoon, and I'm back at that iconic viewpoint, Kalapattar, where I have been many times, but each time is as magnificent as earlier. So here's Pumori, right in front of us, and there's Lingtran, peeking out from behind the ridge, and going further down, you have Kumbutse, and here is the west shoulder of Everest. There's Changse at the back, and below that is the Lola, from where Mallory saw the western Kum. You can see part of the Kumbho Icefall, and there's Everest, the southwest face, the south col, and the southeast ridge leading to the summit. This huge bulk of Nuptse dominates the view. As we keep going further down, there is Amadablam coming up from behind the ridge, and further down, Kangtega and Tamserku together, the Kumbho Icefall below. And as I finish this round, there is Taboche and Ancholatse, a great day and a magnificent view. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, if we have time, do we have time? If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them. No questions, so I think you can move on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sujoy. I'd also like to call Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President of Indian Express Online, to present a token of appreciation to Sujoy. Those were some fantastic photographs right there.
Thank you so much.
To our next session. This one will actually summarize a lot of which has been discussed today in the earlier sessions. We are talking about adventure tourism here in Meghalaya, adventure tourism in India. And along with that, when we talk about adventure tourism, we need to ensure it's sustainable. So the next topic that we have is Thrill with a Conscience, adventure tourism for a sustainable future. Now, this will bring into the discussion a lot of different aspects that we spoke about in the morning sessions, and hopefully we'll have some good takeaways from this. The session titled Thrill with a Conscience, Adventure Tourism for a Sustainable Future focuses on how the industry can grow while safeguarding the fragile ecosystems that we have. For this, I'd like to call on stage our panelists, starting with Mr. Raj Singh, founder, Antara River Cruises. You heard from him in the morning, and he joins us now on the panel. Mr. Toby Sinclair, Director and Beyond. Mr. Dorji Namgyal, Director, Kailash Expeditions India, who's come all the way from Leh for this session. And Mr. Raj Basu, Convener, Association for Conservation and Tourism. May we have a big round of applause for our panelists, please. And I'll be moderating the session for all of you. Okay. As you can see, Mr. Dorji is also dressed in traditional attire. Can we have a big round of applause for that as well, please? You know, promoting culture is also about bringing your culture to the table. Yeah. So we're talking about, adventure tourism for a sustainable future. And one of the biggest things is, when we go on these adventure treks, we see a lot of waste or a lot of equipment that is used, and it becomes difficult often to sustain the whole trek because there's so much of garbage that's collected in these kind of treks. One big example would be, of course, the Everest climb itself. We just saw Mr. Sujoy Das's pictures of Everest. But the number of climbers that we have now climbing Mount Everest and the amount of equipment they carry with them, and then they dispose of these oxygen cylinders, and there's a lot of things that they dispose on the way, that they've had to have expeditions now just doing cleanup sessions on Everest, going up and getting back a lot of this. How do we ensure that we don't litter the environment that way? There are a lot of treks that happen in the Ladakh region, so maybe Dorji, you can start with that. How can we ensure that we leave no footprints?
Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for having us on this dais. So yes, we have been operating trekking in different part of the Himalayas, especially Ladakh and Kashmir, since 4 decades, and I'm the second generation looking forward for hosting many more to come. So talking about the waste, we have a lot of lessons from Ladakh. Ladakh itself was a case study since past many decades. When Ladakh was open for tourism in late 80s, We had initially we had a very good, educated, I would say, or informed travelers who respected, who had a good respect towards Mother Nature, and we had a very good lessons from those travelers. And as a people from Himalayas, especially Ladakh, we had this innate nature for respect for the nature. The Ladakh itself, the people of Ladakh, we had what you call it. Sorry, can I speak later? So, what I was trying to say is, the people of Ladakh, the innate nature was as such that. Can I speak after this?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll take this over to Raj. Yeah.
Thank you. It's an excellent, question which has been going around for, I think, now almost half a century. It was only when, the initial challenge was to make adventure and expeditions popular. That was one of the biggest, this one. And, we had adventure clubs across the country, in our country, outside also. And then we had the communities who were in the Himalayas and other places, who, served the people who came for the mountaineering expeditions and other things. So in the process, what had happened is, for us in the mountains, mountains have become, it was always a culture, as a part of the faith. It was always a part of the faith. But for the people who came to climb them, it was something, which they challenged actually. And they thought that they could conquer nature. That was the basic way. But with time, things changed and people thought, we cannot conquer nature. We have to live with nature and nature has to live with us. So, from the mentality of conquering, it went into a mentality of, just being immersed into different parts of the nature. So that changed the complete attitude of the, adventure seekers, mostly mountaineers across the world. And this is when the consciousness came in. And they felt, the kind of leftovers from every expedition, from every trip, or every tour, or every expedition that we take into any delicate area, means concern to nature, because there we hardly have any population. It is not a place where people go every day. So it is our duty, if we are taking something with us, to bring it back with us, which was very necessary. So, leave no footprints was one of the biggest things that came up as a part of the, adventure tourism. So that I would say is the conscious coming into adventure tourism. Previously, it was happening, but without the conscious. So as the conscious came in, now you find from local to the global level people who are undertaking such kinds of expeditions, everyone is aware that environment is a priority and we cannot leave traces.
Right. Raj, if I was to come to you, in the river cruises, again, you're dealing with a different kind of problem there, because most of our rivers in India, we have a lot of pollution already in them, which is, from the various cities, the effluents are flowing into the rivers, except if you go further north towards the source of the river, it's cleaner, but as you come downstream, you get more and more effluents added in them. How do you ensure, one, that your cruise boats that you have on the river are sustainable, that nothing goes into the river from the boat? And two, is there something that you're working with any local bodies to see if something can be done for cleaning up these rivers?
I'm personally very conscious about sustainability. Not the word sustainability, the word responsible tourism. These are trends which come and go, and we're talking about it. But the thing is, most of these things are basically, if you have it, that you want to keep your environment clean and pristine, then you just do these things naturally, that it doesn't destroy our environment. So I'll address the river issue, but I just wanted to add a little bit to the mountain trekking issues. I've trekked a lot. I've been to Ladakh in the 70s, Stoke-Kangri trek, those areas and all. So there, or even the Everest Base Camp. Then the other one, there's another one, Annapurna, Kanchenjunga. So all these areas. See, one of the things when you go into the Himalayas, every ecosystem has a carrying capacity to which it can sustain. And it may seem harsh, but it's not harsh. If you are able to somehow, if you are regulated, regulate does not mean that you stop the people from going. Regulate would mean that X amount of people go on a certain day or per day. You regulate the amount of people who go there and do the tracking and that sort of thing. Like anything else, like a train or a plane, you do your bookings. And there are only certain people who can go in that sort of situation. So I think in adventure tourism or in any aspect, we need to think how to do it. And how to then, people who can't go, okay, just rather than concentrating, there are other areas. Himalayas is a vast area, but so they can sort of go into other areas. So one of the things I think is avoiding is to how to diversify those treks into the other areas rather than to follow in the same way. And also to regulate it, that's one way of looking at it. The second way is, of course, today the people are much, much more aware of sustainability or other things, but still many a times educating the participants is very important from the beginning of a trek or that sort of situation. So I would not go more into that. I'll come to the river cruising. When you say about river cruising, and what we are doing is that on our ships, basically what happens is that the pollution in the rivers, what it is, it's something which is manifestation of 100 years of using the rivers as a source of putting the waste and everything, as if it's a self-cleaning thing in our minds. Like, just put it there, it'll go somewhere. We Indians, I'm including, I have one of the things we think is we have a very good sense of personal hygiene. When I say personal hygiene, we will have a bath in the morning, we'll have a bath in the evening, we will clean ourselves, that sort of thing. But when it comes to a matter of communal hygiene, you just throw the dirt or anything just away on the other side, thinking that that's not mine. So it's the same thing which happens with the rivers, that okay, in my village, my town, I'm just putting it, it'll go somewhere else, someone else will take it. So that's something which is there. Now, for that, of course, the government of India has had many programs, like Namami Gange, to clean the rivers. There are thousands of crores of money which have been spent. There have been these filtration plants which are STP plants along the rivers. Even in Varanasi, even still, there are certain nalas or in other places which go there with the dirty water. So the government is doing, but it's a legacy of 100 years. It can't be. So that is something which is continuous. Of course, it is, now, there's much more awareness and things are, we're talking about it. And there is some action which is happening to reduce it. So that's one aspect of it when it comes to the river systems. When it comes to our systems, in our ships, our river ships, we have what we call the state-of-the-art STP systems which are installed. STP is sewage treatment plants. So nothing actually goes into the river. Everything is kind of treated there and only with clean water. There are certain standards to which we have to adhere. And that's how it goes to. So that is what it is. That's one way of doing it. The second thing is when you say of other, so that's for the other, And then we have, as I was saying, our own water filtration plants. Those water filtration plants, we take the river water, it's all clean, RO basis, utilized, and then it goes treated, and that's how it is. So nothing is actually going which is polluting the rivers in that way. The second thing is that the waste we have, which would be from the food waste. We have found a very unusual system. If I say that to you, probably you'll laugh about it, but it's something which you have to kind of be realistic and you have to try to do what you can do. So we segregate. First of all, we don't use single-use plastic. We try to avoid it, so that's one aspect of it. But the other thing is that we separate out what is like vegetables or food stuff and other things and all. In some of the cities, we know there are farmers, there are people who raise pigs. So we actually keep it. We have spaces in the ship which is air conditioned. So we tie it up and keep it all in the ship, basically air conditions. So it's not degrading, it's not smelling or anything. And at certain places we know it's taken and given to those farmers. This is it as free. So they use it for feeding their animals and all. So ours is a very small percentage. So we are able to handle it. It would not be possible if it was really a big thing. Our ships are small. River ships are small. They have a capacity of like 30 cabins, 35 cabins maximum, so 60, 70. Unlike the ocean-going ships, which have thousands and thousands of people. That is the difference. When you say of river cruise ships, you think of ocean-going. That's the mental thing. So river cruising ships are different, and the reason they're different is because in the rivers, there's limited water. So you can't have a heavy ship which will go down. The second thing is you also have to go under the bridges, so you can't build a high ship. The ships we have got a draft of, say, 1.3, 1.4 meters. They're flat bottoms, so they can go in 5 meters of water. So this way, the capacity is very small comparatively. So there is so the impact, we can keep it to the minimum or no impact at all the places. So that's how we are able to kind of manage it. And then there are, again, designated places where we dispose that. So it's not like anywhere we'll throw it in the river. That's the thing. Also, we are working with the Ministry of Shipping and the state governments that wherever we have jetties, they put up a sort of collection for the waste. And so they've not yet done it, but they probably, if we keep on persisting, they'll do it. Presently, we are doing it all ourselves. So that's what it is.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. Yeah, that was a very insightful answer. Coming back to trekking, I think a lot of organized trek operators, I think one of the things they do tell every individual on the trek is to carry a garbage collection pouch with you, right? And whatever you're using on the trek, you put it back in your pouch and you bring it back to the start of your trek. Similarly with water, instead of carrying plastic bottles along on the trek, there are ways of carrying, you get these straws which filter water on the go, and most of your treks in the mountain regions, you have a lot of relatively clean drinking water where you can just fill it in that bottle and drink from that. But a lot of this is not known. So how do we popularize this kind of thing and make sure that adventure tourists are responsible when they go on these treks? Toby.
Collecting of water on a trek, we all carry water bottles. We carry water bottles to the office. You carry water bottles to college. That's why my point about the plastic water bottles this morning in the auditorium. On treks, you've referred to these filters, the charcoal filters that you can carry in the bottles. They're available, but they're not cheap. They're nearly all imported. As far as I know, there isn't a local version of it yet. If there is, I haven't seen it. So they're not, it's an urban, something that's available in the cities. You can get it from trekking stores in Delhi and wherever. Although I was impressed by some of the kit they were displaying outside here, climbing kit, rope, and I'm sure they have sources for these bottles. But they're not cheap. So if you are students going into the mountains, you're not going to spend 1,500 rupees on a water bottle. You're going to spend 5,000 rupees on a pair of boots. I mean, it's your priorities, or a sleeping bag, or whatever. So how do you prioritize things? That's one. The other thing on treks, and also on wildlife trips, there's inevitably times when you need to go behind a boulder or go behind a bush. in India, you're not allowed to stop anywhere, but in practice, people do stop because there are sort of emergency reasons. In Sri Lanka, there are parks where I also work. There's some sort of designated areas unofficially. We make sure that no guest leaves any tissue paper behind. They have, if they want to pee and they want to go out and they want to use paper, they have to take it out of the park with them. And it's the same on treks. There are people who run treks in this country that never let anyone leave any tissue paper on the trail. But there are many exceptions to that where people just go behind and squat and leave everything behind. They don't bury things or they don't carry it out. So that's a tricky issue, but it can be done. There's one sort of anecdotal story which you mentioned Everest, the Everest Base Camp, which is today, the highest landfill site on the planet. In 1979, I was working with a company called Mountain Travel India, but we had the head office was in Kathmandu, and we ran a trek with the Sierra Club only to collect rubbish from. So it was a commercially run trek for people from California who paid to go on it to collect trash from Everest Base Camp. But there were no biodegradable plastics in those days, so we had to take jute, gunny bags, which were quite heavy. So we took those in, and I can't remember how many hundreds of bags we filled, but we were there for 5 days at 17,000 feet, quite literally shoveling shit into gunny bags, which were then ported out down to the plains where they could be recycled or buried or burnt. And 45 years ago, we were still burning things, which ones rather would never do today, but we did do it then. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not a new problem. It's a problem we were conscious of 45 years ago, and we tried to come up with a rather primitive system, which is just go in and collect the stuff and carry it out. Right. Today, unfortunately, it's full of not just oxygen cylinders and beds, but as the Khumbu icefall melts, human bodies are coming out of the ice. So it's a pretty grim place now.
That's right. Yeah.
Something I remembered when Tony was saying about the things for how to keep the environment. See, on our ships, what we do is that it's a small thing, but even the tissue papers which are there, they're biodegradable. So you don't have to worry about that sort of situation. That's one aspect of it. And the other thing is that some time back we imported from China, very reasonable cost, these aluminum bottles. So people can fill from the big jars, which are displayed there for their own use. So those are small things, but which help. So we, as a company, we have had this policy of how to make things work without feeling that it's sustainable or that sort of thing, because that's the right thing to do. So as long as the leaders who are there think that way, without sustainability, responsible tourism, all these things, but say, hey, this is what we should do, this is the correct thing to do. I think that's the way to move forward and to educate the clients who are there.
Right. Yeah, Toby. Yes, on.
It's neither exclusive, sort of elitist, or exclusive to sort of the top tier of companies. I mean, there are lots of companies that provide water bottles to their guests, and in cars, transporters do this, and can be done across the country, because you can actually get RO water almost anywhere in the country nowadays. I mean, every town, every hotel, restaurant can provide it, safe drinking water. So the landscape has changed. There's a tendency to think that it costs money to save the environment. It needn't. And as Raj mentioned, it starts at home. It's our civic sense is as important as our personal hygiene.
Right. I just want to quickly take this ahead because we have only about 5-6 minutes left.
I just wanted to add, we was just talking about Ladakh, and there should be a constant innovation and education from government department, the tourism department, and the associations. As in, we take the case of Stockangri, one of the most beautiful peak, which is now closed forever because that community now they don't need tourists anymore because there was an infrastructure lackage. There was mere just 3 toilets for thousands of travelers every day to that peak, and the other season the human waste could just flood into the Stock village, and there was no education at all. So I think it's the role of the tourism department, the associations and the tour operators to educate, and this is what we need to do when we open new destinations also in future.
Right.
Just to add to everything on a bigger question, like when you see Financial Express doing it, how do you know that your finances are monitored, and how do you know that finances are good or bad? How do you do it usually? What do you do? Because we have the financial expert also who was giving us this. How do you do it usually?
I mean, to know if your finances are healthy, you look at your balance sheet, or you have a regulator who.
So what you do is audit.
Audit.
So it is very important that as you do your financial audit, each and every company, each and every destination should do the waste audit. What is coming in and what is going out, be it a destination, be it not a tourist destination, it doesn't matter. But the audit is a must. If we don't do an audit on a regular basis, because human interference is beyond nature. So it is extremely necessary that we have an audit system in place which says that, we are on the right track or we are on the wrong track. Otherwise, we will keep on discussing about it, we will keep on coming up with systems, but then we do not know how long that system will be working, how long it will not be working until and unless we have an audit system in place. So it is time and right time for the, at least the tourism industry to understand that we need to put in audit systems even for our waste management and for our, keeping our places clean.
Okay. One quick last question I have to my panelists here is on, how do you, the impact that we have on the environment. When I say not just the physical environment, I'm also talking about the flora and the fauna. Now, I've seen this happening in Ladakh a lot. You have this lovely wild animal called the marmot, which looks very cute, but keep it at a distance. But what's happened over the last few years is that tourists have started feeding these marmots, and they have become like our rhesus monkeys, coming up to the car for food. And that completely changes the entire environment. Today it's the marmot, tomorrow it's the wild ass, then it's going to be the deer. So how do we ensure that there's some kind of regulation on this? How do we stop that?
I think we need tourist policing also in the vast regions like Ladakh or any destinations in India, because constantly when there is a huge influx of tourists, and now we can see people driving their cars and bikes into the lakes, knowing not.
Yes, and that is the environmental impact of
they think that there is nothing, but there are a lot of flora and fauna even on the desert, and people feeding fast food and chips to the marmots, and the very next season we have seen a lot of marmots just lying around because they are not coping with the things that tourists are feeding them. So I think, we have constantly requested the department that we need a little bit of tourist policing also in such destinations, which is very important.
Yeah. Do we want to add that?
I mean, Ladakh is one obvious example of how it's going wrong. It's the same in a way people in parks expecting to see tigers, when they get tigers, wanting to take selfies. I've seen and also with wild elephants and other animals. I've seen people with their backs to the animals taking selfies. They're not looking at the animal. They have no respect for the animal. It's just for that Instagram moment for auntie back home or whoever it's being shared for. And there have been cases of people taking selfies or using selfie sticks, which are banned, luckily, in parks, but those bans are often ignored, where people have fallen out of the vehicle onto the ground in front of a tiger. And there was one person who dropped a child in front of a tiger, trying to take a photograph of the child and the tiger behind, in Maharashtra. So how do you educate people? One is you stand them all up in a row outside before they go into the park and give them a lecture and make them sign a document. And if they violate that document, they get kicked out. But who's going to enforce something? That's a very severe and a rather silly thing to suggest because it's impractical. But you're going to have to do something dramatic.
As Toby is saying, you have to do something dramatic. And I can give you an example. Recently Bombay High Court, perhaps you might have read, has passed a law not to feed the pigeons. Okay? Yes. So there is a regulation which is coming. Now the thing is, what happens is that there's a further study which has been done by BNHS, Bombay Naturalistic Society, and the pigeon droppings which go down after they dry up, and then after that there are certain kind of, they've got certain kind of things which come out, which can be real, which can give really
lung disease.
Yeah, lung disease and other things. So basically what will happen eventually, or what's already happening, is that the judicial intervention has started coming into this. And what it will need, actually what it needs is, if you want your marmots to be not fed, is a judicial intervention. That means going to your local judicial bodies, whatever it is, and just saying, look, this is what's happening, that's a situation. It is the department, it's the forest department's responsibility to ensure this is not done. And once that judicial sort of intervention comes, certainly there could be certain laws or that sort of situation, or they will post people not to do it, and things can change. So that's the only way, I think.
Right.
I mean, where I live in Delhi, I'm very fortunate. I live in a small, quiet corner in the center of Delhi, and there's a wood behind. Now, the people around, all the do-gooders in the colony, feed the dogs on street corners, and they now, but they're so lazy and middle class now, they employ dog feeders to come to collect food from the house and take them to deposit at the corners of the colony. So what we're now getting are packs of dogs, and recently there was judicial intervention on that in Delhi. But it's not just the dogs that are coming in. It's the macaques that are coming from the woods behind. And they use the roofs as a sort of highway. They come and get the food. And now they're predating on or playing with children. So you can't send a child out to play in front of your house because it's a dead end, so it's very safe. We've always used to do that.
Yeah.
Now, because the monkeys will come and play with your child. We're creating problems for ourselves, not just in the wild, not just in adventure, but in our own urban spaces.
Right. Raj, quickly, and then we'll wind up.
It's such a good way, we are creating sanctuaries in our cities around our houses. We're allowing the wildlife to come with us and being compassionate enough, jokes apart.
Home delivery in every way.
Yeah, jokes apart. What happens is, in a country like India, sometimes it becomes very difficult because, your religion says that you should be kind to anyone and everyone that you see. And then you find God in everything that you see around. And then you try to help them by, making them forget their habits of eating from the wild and doing things on their own and making them secondary earners like all of us, instead of becoming the primary earners and looking for food. So it is, the change in mentality has to come from the school level. It is not going to happen overnight. So these are things which we have to bring in as an education at the schools, at the primary, be it government, be it, big public schools or whatever it is. We need to make this curriculum as a part of the education system, which we had for a very long time. We had this nature clubs and all these things in schools, but it should also go down to the very simple village primary schools. This is where, with education, the mindset is going to change, and we need to work on it very sincerely and on an SOS basis.
Right. And of course, as they say, education is important, and that's where it all starts. And I hope Meghalaya as a state also continues to, sustain sustainable tourism, adventure tourism here. I mean, I don't want those pictures to not be true in a few years from now. It's just wonderful to see such crystal clear water and clear lakes. Coming from a city like Delhi, clean water is a luxury, believe me. And on that note, I'd like to thank all my panelists here for this wonderful session. I hope everybody in the audience had some good takeaways, and since you all are the future of adventure tourism in the state, I hope you've got some new ideas and to take this into a nice, sustainable future. On that note, thank you all for joining me. Thank you. Can we get a quick group photograph, and then we'll disband from here. Just before we get on to the last vote of thanks, I'd like to call Dorji Namgyal back up, since he's come all the way from Ladakh. And I'd like Mr. Mukesh Kumar Singh, Senior Vice President at the Indian Express Online, to present him with the token of appreciation for coming all the way here and taking part in this meet. Done with you yet. Since it's now the last session of the day, it's Mukesh's job to thank us all for being here. So, Mukesh, over to you for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Roshan, for this insightful event, which was continued since morning. So now, on behalf of Indian Express Group, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all the esteemed delegates for making it here to attend our meet on adventure tourism today. We would like to first thank all our honorable speakers and experts, Mr. E.B. Blah, President, Tour Operators Association of Meghalaya, Mr. Toby Sinclair, Mr. Raj Singh, Mr. Raj Basu, and Ms. Akanksha Garg, Jayandeep Borgain, for the morning session, and my sincere thanks to Ms. Febronia Pajat, Mr. Geral Duya, Dr. Semyong, and Dorje Namgyal. Thank you for your continued support. Our sincere thanks also go to Mr. Sujoy Das for sharing his wonderful pictures, and also to the talented folks, music artists for showcasing their talent and entertaining us. I would like to thank Meghalaya Tourism for partnering with us in promoting adventure tourism in the state. Your efforts showcase Meghalaya as a prime destination and are deeply appreciated. We assure you of our continued collaboration to promote adventure tourism across our beautiful, diverse country, India. Thank you.
Mukesh, can we have all the speakers up here for one group picture, please, before we wind up? In front, everybody.